What's your approach for sweet things in your own life? If you're not eating a lot of processed foods that have these things in them, not that you don't occasionally partake in some of this stuff, what's your approach to things when it
Yeah,
comes to that dessert category?
I think it's really important to have planned to indulge, and I think to incorporate planned indulgences into your life. But the problem is today, I think we're indulging at every turn. Like we're eating cereal for breakfast, which is essentially a form of dessert, right? Most granola is a form of dessert, so we're doing that. We're eating granola bars or other uh, energy bars throughout the day that are essentially, again, just uh, desserts with fancy packaging on it. Um, and then, of course, after dinner, we tend to want our dessert, and that's when we eat that. So I think we're overdoing it. That's clear. But there should be room in the diet for sweets and for indulgences and things like that. And so for me, there are a few. I don't want to say rules, but I guess guidelines that I like to abide by.
Let's break them down.
Yeah. So the best time to eat any kind of concentrated source of starch or even something with added sugar, whether it's a piece of cake or whatever, is going to be after some kind of activity, ideally a workout. Because after a workout, after you've engaged your muscles, you benefit from something called insulin independent glucose uptake. So typically, when you consume a source of carbohydrates that breaks down into glucose, you see a rise in your blood glucose. And as a result, your pancreas then secretes insulin, whose job it is to get that sugar out of your blood, right? To bring you back to homeostasis. So it shuttles then that sugar into your musculature, into your liver cells. And so insulin is it's a hormone. There's nothing bad about it, but a lot of us today have chronically elevated levels of insulin, which leads over time to chronically elevated levels of blood sugar. When you consume sugar source in the post-workout setting, your muscles basically become a sponge for sugar. So when a cell meets the hormone insulin, receptors make their way up to the surface of the cell. These are called GLUT4 receptors, and this is what allows glucose to enter the cell. And the way it works is sort of like a lock and key scenario. Exercise causes those GLUT4 receptors channels to make their way up to the cell surface without the use of insulin. So you end up clearing that glucose from your blood and requiring less insulin to do the job, which all things considered is thought to be a beneficial I guess consequence of exercise because you're doing more with less in the body. So you're becoming a more efficient. You're more efficient due to exercise at partitioning that onslaught of energy. So that's why later in the day after a workout, I think it's ideal uh, to ingest that indulgence. Right. I've talked about what's called exercise snacking. So it doesn't have to be like a hour and a half long workout. You could just do some like air squats. Now that's if you're like really if you're really crazy, right? You don't have to do that. I don't picture too many people listening to this doing air squats before their nightly dessert or whatever it happens to be. But that's where just going on a walk after dinner can be really useful. Studies have shown that just going on a brief walk around the block reduces postprandial blood sugar, which all things considered, I think is a positive thing. You can also utilize different compounds to help towards the same goal, like acetic acid or vinegar is a great um, means of reducing the blood sugar spike after you consume starches because they disrupt enzymes that break down the starches. Also, cinnamon has well documented anti hyperglycemic effects. So these are all, I think, really useful tools for people to have. But indulging every now and then, I think, is really important. It's really great. When I use sweeteners that don't provide any added sugar and don't have any calories. So I personally am a big fan of monk fruit. I'm a big fan of stevia. Stevia can have an aftertaste. Actually, so can monk fruit, and that's why you'll tend to see both combined with a sugar alcohol sometimes, like erythritol. Erythritol is a sugar alcohol. People tend to be afraid of sugar alcohols because some of them can really upset your stomach uh, and drive symptoms like gas, diarrhea, bloating, things that nobody wants. In fact, this is one of the reasons why prunes have such a well-known laxative effect, because they're loaded, they're a natural source of a certain sugar alcohol. I believe it's sorbitol. So you consume too much of that and you're going to the bathroom like nonstop. But erythritol is different because it's fully absorbed in the small intestine. So it doesn't draw water into the gut. It doesn't get fermented by gut bacteria, and you end up peeing it out. So erythritol I find to be actually very well tolerated. Some people say that they don't tolerate it as well, which surprises me, because generally I find it to be very well tolerated, and just the pharmacokinetics of it, it gets fully absorbed. So it's I think very unlikely to drive GI upset. And then there's another newer sweetener on the market now that provides no calories called allulose, which I think is also pretty decent as well.
I know the doctors at our clinic, they're, especially if people have like a long history of like gut issues or were on antibiotics a lot as a kid or other stuff like that, they'll be cautious with a lot of the sugar alcohols because, again, if you have a sensitive stomach, you're gonna have challenges anyway. I find xylitol is more of an issue for people than erythritol, but I'm one of those people that I don't do well with sugar,
erythritol,
with all sugar, pretty much all sugar alcohols.
Wow.
I just noticed my stomach's a little bit rumbly. But again, this goes back to processed foods, which even health foods are a part of that. I think there was there was a no sugar coffee mixer, like you add it to coffee. I don't want to call it out by name. And the company's a great company, and I was drinking it every morning, and it has xylitol in there, right? It doesn't have erythritol in it, but also has monk fruit, stevia. Tastes amazing, right? Tastes amazing. But I was noticing, for me, after a period of time, there was a part of my hand that was getting like really dry, and like my skin started getting dry, like the way that I used to before I like cleaned up my diet. And so I was talking to my functional medicine practitioner, and they were like, I see this a lot with people who have, sensitive stomachs if they're consuming a lot of sugar alcohols like xylitol. I was like, there's this thing that I drink every single morning, and I've drinking it for the last year and a half. It has xylitol in it. He's like, look, just do a simple challenge. Just stop having that. See what happens. Give it at least 14 days. Cut it out. Didn't add anything else, remove anything, just natural variation in my diet. And that dryness started to go away. So again, everybody's different. And in general, this goes back to your first point where, chances are you're not going to overdo even sugar alcohols if the base of your diet is a lot of these is just basically whole foods and not a lot of processed foods that you're including in the mix.
Yeah, absolutely. And you bring up an amazing point that everybody's different. There's no one size fits all diet. We all react to foods differently. And so I think that's a really important part of the equation. There was there's actually this push now towards like plant-based, sugar-free ice creams. Well, I guess there's a push towards a lot of different things, plant-based this and sugar-free that. But to add my own anecdote to the mix, I would typically, when I would want to have like an ice cream indulgence, right?
Yeah.
I would go and I would buy these sugar-free, plant-based ice creams, usually coconut milk-based, sugar-free, usually have a lot of the sugar alcohols in it, which I typically do pretty well with, but there's also like a combination effect that could occur, right?
Totally.
Like maybe it's the MCTs in the coconut milk-based ice cream combining with the erythritol that's like leading to an upset stomach for some. So for me, I would buy these ice creams, and I would find that I could have a little bit, but if I had too much, my stomach would just be a disaster, right? And so lately, I've been experimenting with just like regular, and also like the ingredients lists on these ice creams are massive. Not that the number of ingredients in a product has any bearing on how good or bad for you a product is, but I think we can all agree that the more ingredients a product has, the more processed it tends to be, right?
Yeah.
So I made a switch. I was like, okay, how am I going to feel if I just eat like regular ice cream? Like, God forbid, dreaded regular ice cream, right? And so I went to the supermarket and I bought like some just regular ice cream with like whatever the 4 or 5 ingredients is that it takes to make regular ice cream,
Yeah.
right? Whole milk, cream, sugar, eggs. Yeah. Maybe a little bit of salt. And because I'm not lactose intolerant, I generally like to be deliberate with my dairy consumption.
Mm-hmm.
And dairy is something that actually my views on that are evolving.
Yeah, we'd love to talk about that.
But yeah, we'll talk about that. But But just straight up regular ice cream, I ended up feeling a lot better afterwards than I would with these like more processed fake ice creams that purport to be healthier than regular ice cream, right?
Totally.
But in actuality, I found that I felt I was actually not prone to digestive discomfort after eating even a little bit too much, maybe, of regular ice cream. So
I think that's an important experiment and part of the larger aspect of when we reduce the number of total ingredients, not that that's an automatic reason to discount a product. When we reduce the total number of processing, total number of steps that go into something, even if we think of ourselves as somebody who eats fairly healthy, we could also see a lot of the same benefits that we're telling people who are traditionally eating extremely processed foods. And especially when it comes to some of these areas where, again, they're just creeping in our diet more so, when it comes to like the processed, quote unquote, whole foods that we're getting exposed to. So let's talk about dairy for a second. You wrote about it in your new book. And I've done a couple podcasts with my business partner about his views of dairy have changed. I've started incorporating like goat kefir in my diet regularly. When I eat a lot of dairy or I eat in certain types of dairy, I still don't feel the best. I break out other things for some reason. Goat kefir, I tend to do really well in. Give me your perspectives and what has caused you to like have a little bit of a shift in how you see dairy.
yeah, so I still tend to be very deliberate about my dairy consumption. I think dairy is not something that I want at every meal. And I think that one of the issues with modern ultra processed foods and meals tend to be that there's just cheese added on everything, right? Like you can go into one of these big chain restaurants and order a salad, the healthiest dish that most people are going to eat over the course of the day, and it comes loaded with cheese on it, right? So typically I go dairy free, but I do think that dairy has unfairly been demonized especially in, I think, parts of the wellness world. And, I guess we can start with protein. Dairy is a pristine source of protein. It consistently ranks as being one of the highest biological value sources of protein that exists. Whether it's whey protein or casein, whey is an amazing, highly bioavailable source of protein, concentrated with essential amino acids, and in particular leucine, which is really important for muscle protein synthesis and halting muscle protein breakdown, which is a really important way to maintain your lean mass as you age, which should be important to aging populations. So I routinely will do whey protein. Now, I'm not lactose intolerant, and I do acknowledge that 75% of the global adult population is lactose intolerant. So if dairy doesn't agree with you, don't consume it. Whey protein isolate, though, is almost 99.9% free of lactose and casein. So even among that I've seen people that are otherwise dairy sensitive, they tend to do really well with whey protein. For me, whey protein is great. It's a very satiating snack. It feels indulgent because you can find them in all kinds of really delicious flavors now, vanilla, creamsicle, what have you. And newer brands you can get it from grass-fed cows, which you don't really need to spend the extra money to get whey protein from a grass-fed cow, because what a cow eats dictates primarily the healthiness of its fat. And whey protein is, a protein shake is pretty fat-free. But you can find protein shakes sweetened with stevia, and you can make a ton of different recipes with just whey protein. I mean, one of my favorite faux ice creams involves just whey protein and frozen berries. You just blend it all up and you get this really delicious kind of faux ice cream. And you get the benefits of whey protein, you get the benefits of berry consumption, which is, we know, great for brain health, among other things. So I think whey is great. When zooming out, I also think that Greek yogurt is a great product. I'm continually impressed that in a cup of Greek yogurt, and let's just say fat-free, right, that you can get about 19 grams of protein in an 80 to 90 calorie serving. That to me is amazing. That's like a really fantastic and economical way to get very high biological value protein into your diet. Again, provided you're not sensitive to dairy. And then when you go to full fat dairy products like full fat Greek yogurt, cream, you're also getting a slew of really unique and probably important fat soluble antioxidants, which you lose, by the way, when you go fat free or reduced fat. So I reviewed this one paper that quantified the amount of vitamin K2 in various dairy products, and you lose it when you go for low fat or fat free. But in dairy products like cream, you get a significant amount of vitamin K2. You get about 88 micrograms of vitamin K2 in a single tablespoon serving. And vitamin K2 is a it's sort of an underappreciated nutrient. Most people, when they think of vitamin K, they think of vitamin K1, which is involved in blood clotting. And very few people, if any people in Western society are deficient in vitamin K1, and you typically know because you're prone to bleeding. Um, so it's a vitamin K deficiency. Vitamin K1 deficiency is pretty rare, but vitamin K2 people tend to underconsume, and it has different physiologic effects in the body. It helps maintain calcium homeostasis, so it helps deposit calcium into places you want calcium to be, like in your bones and your teeth, and it helps keep it out of soft tissue, which is where calcium actually shouldn't be allowed to congregate. So it keeps it out of arteries, kidneys, things like that. Um, and and vitamin K2 is relatively underconsumed because it is found again in full fat dairy, and there's been this push over the past couple of decades to steer consumers to reduced fat dairy. It tends to be higher in dairy products that come from grass fed cows, and most of our dairy comes from cows that are not fed grass, right? Uh, it's found in organ meats and things like that. And so, yeah, I think that full fat dairy is a great source of like pretty important, potentially important micronutrients like vitamin K too. And then finally, this has been an area of interest for me for some time. But full fat dairy contains a compound in it that is unique called milk fat globule membrane. And milk fat globule membrane is sort of like, you can think of it like a capsule that encapsulates the triglycerides, the fats that are typically found in dairy. Now, dairy is among all foods, dairy has the highest proportion of saturated fat. And yet, consumption of full fat dairy is associated consistently with better cardiometabolic health. It's not associated with higher levels of LDL, higher incidence of cardiovascular disease. But saturated fat typically does raise your levels of LDL, which we know when that gets too high, that's a risk factor for cardiovascular disease. And so it seems to be that this milk fat globule membrane, it basically changes the way our bodies respond to the fat contained by dairy. And it's super interesting, actually. Heavy cream and butter are essentially the same. They start out from the same origin product, right? Like butter is heavy cream that's simply been churned. But when you churn heavy cream to create butter, you're disrupting the milk fat globule membrane. And so that's why there have been feeding studies where they've shown that when you feed a person heavy cream, there's no impact on their lipids. They don't see an increase in their LDL, right? But when you feed a person butter, you do see an increase in their LDL. So that effect, that response is thought to be attributable to that protective effect seems to be attributable to the presence of milk fat globule membrane, which again is this encapsulation of the fats that dairy contains that's made up of proteins, different different phospholipids. And so that got me thinking, like, what is the purpose of dairy, right? The purpose of dairy, yeah, it's to grow a neonate, right? And in the case of bovine dairy, it's to grow a calf into a cow. But what part of the animal is the most rapidly growing part of the animal, especially early on? It's the brain, right? And so when you look at what milk fat globule membrane contains in it, it's rich in phosphatidylcholine, which we know is a really important component of brain cell membranes. It's rich in a compound called sphingomyelin, which is actually a core component of myelin, the myelin sheath that acts like insulation for your neurons. And so, I tend to go down like rabbit holes, right? But I looked to see if there was an association between dairy consumption and reduced risk for Alzheimer's disease. Now, an association isn't like a causal connection, it's a correlation, but there was a study that the first author was this guy, Oriel Willett, who his work I've been following for some time now because he publishes a lot on nutrients as it relates to brain health, which is my primary passion. And it was a study that involved food frequency questionnaires. So we know that these are not the most reliable because people tend to overrepresent on these questionnaires how healthy their diet was. They tend to underrepresent um, dietary components that are less healthy user bias, you know. But what they found was that above and beyond every single dietary component, the consumption of dairy was associated with a protective effect against cognitive decline.
Mm.
So all that being said, I've sort of become more of a fan of different types of dairy. I still eat it in moderation. Like I'll consume like 0 to 2 servings of dairy a day. And I'm not lactose intolerant, but I think it is interesting, these connections. And I also used to really, I probably used to consume a lot more butter. But butter to me now, I put it in the category of, I consider it an indulgence because it's been chemically altered. And that chemical alteration creates the texture that we know and love and call butter, right? And I still use it occasionally, like here and there. I'm overall a fan of butter, but as a health food, it's probably better to it's probably better to stick with dairy components, dairy products that still have intact milk fat globule membrane because of all the benefits that provides.
Yeah, it's super interesting as we just continue to learn more how people's own individual experimentation, changes. Like I want to like whey so badly. It tastes good. There's so many great qualities that are out there, like goat whey, sheep's whey, all these different types of whey. And I've tried whey in different sorts of ways. And for me, again, my journey and health history started when I had really bad acne all throughout high school. And then I found out that it was primarily dairy. And again, being South Asian, Indian background, other stuff, there is a lot of dairy consumption there modernly, but does my genetics and background also make me more lactose intolerant? Not in the traditional way, but having challenges with lactose. Who knows, gut microbiome alteration, whatever. So getting off of dairy, my skin cleared up in like 2 months.
Wow.
Like I went from being on like Accutane, different gel, all that different stuff. My skin was super bad. Cut out all dairy, and month and a half, 2 months, my skin looked as if it was minus scar tissue, looked completely clean. So then I thought, man, I have the answer. Like dairy's poison, right? And I would tell people, I was vegan at the time. I'd say, this isn't a good situation. Wow. Naturally, then I found the world of functional medicine, started running all my labs, and found out that actually, I've been vegan now for like 7 years. Like a lot of this stuff isn't working, even though I felt great when I first started doing it. So I started including back in targeted food. So I would have a little bit of cheese. So I thought, okay, a little bit of cheese, especially like European style cheese, I'm fine. I can enjoy it, and I can have it with a little bit of, like dinner or whatever here and there. But in general, I would include dairy. And then recently I saw a couple papers on just on kefir and how like some people that had challenges. And I was really curious because whey, I would get pimples again. I'd get a little bit of acne and things like that. And it was pretty much within 24 hours. Then I started having a little bit of goat kefir in the morning, like a serving, not every day, every so often. My digestion felt good that morning. Like in general, my digestion feels good, but I didn't have any sort of rumbling. I didn't have any challenges. I felt good. It was satiating. It doesn't have any sugar inside of it. So I'd put in a couple berries or some seeds or other stuff. And it's just amazing to see when you've written off a food, but you're open, you approach it in an open-minded way, as you did with, the inclusion of dairy back in your diet. You continue to follow the literature, and you say, okay, let me try this and see if there's evidence that these studies are saying that this thing could be beneficial. Let me see how I could personalize it for myself. For your case, sounds like it was whey. I don't think you ever stopped having whey, right? You always had whey?
Yeah, I've always kind of integrated whey to some degree.
But more like straight up, like dairy or heavy cream is what you've been trying.
Yeah. That's sort of what I started to like reintegrate. So I was for a little while doing the butter in my coffee thing,
right?
Which I think is delicious. So I'll put that out there. I think I quite enjoy it. However, I carry a genotype that probably puts me at increased risk of hypercholesterolemia. So, high cholesterol. And
Yeah,
I'm not anti-cholesterol or anything like that.
sure.
I'm an advocate of well-sourced animal consumption. But I do think it's important to like hedge your bets, and to always do labs and to get tested and to be willing to iterate. To always, I don't wear my personal diet, my dietary pattern as an identity, right? I think that's where people tend to go astray, especially today when they make their diet their identity, because then they become unwilling to iterate when new data presents itself, or when they get labs and those labs don't necessarily agree with the picture of.
Sure, they planted a flag in the ground.
They planted the flag in the ground, exactly. Um, so for me, I don't want to cause an undue elevation of my LDL levels when there's no really benefit in doing so. We know that certain saturated fats, and I talk about this in the book, do elevate LDL, right?
Sure.
The way that they do is they reduce the availability of the LDL receptor on the surface of the liver, which is really important for recycling those LDL particles, right? Certain genotypes are not as efficient at that, and I'm probably one of those people.
I'm definitely one of those people.
Okay,
Yeah.
so, and this is interesting because I recently brought coffee back into my diet, and I want to bring up why coffee could be very particularly beneficial to people like
Yeah,
us.
let's talk about it.
But with something like grass-fed beef, so with every food there are risks and there are benefits. It's my perspective, based on data, that the benefits of eating grass-fed beef outweigh any risks, because you're getting a highly nutrient-dense food with a pristine source of protein. You're getting compounds like creatine, which we know is reduced in the brain as we get older. Vitamin E, tiny amount of omega-3 fats, but significant nonetheless. But mixing butter in my coffee, especially with regard to the milk fat globule membrane aspect that I mentioned earlier, it's probably going to cause your LDL to go up. And there's really no benefit that you're getting other than the fact that it's like delicious, right?
Also, MCT oil.
MCT oil.
Right.
Yeah.
Any kind of that sort of heavy dose saturated fat.
Yeah. MCT oil, I'm not sure does that.
I can tell you, for me,
it does.
That.
Okay.
It did that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's good to know. Yeah. So I didn't necessarily want that to happen to me, but then I found these studies that found that heavy cream basically gives you the same. I mean, it's a dairy fat. You don't have to blend it, so that's like a great benefit of doing that. And because it has intact milk fat globule membrane, according to the data, it's not going to cause this elevation of LDL. So I'm essentially getting the same product, the same end product, which is like a creamy, indulgent, unctuous cup of coffee, right? But yeah, with like a chemical difference that might be physiologically significant for me.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's always about that experimentation. Talking about labs, like how often do you personally, will you look at your labs, especially with this, history of high cholesterol or other stuff, or just looking at any sort of, markers that are there? How often will you get your labs done?
Yeah, I mean, I try to do it once a year, and my family, I mean, people know my family history. My mother had very poor health. She had this rare form of dementia that developed when she was very young, and we know that vascular changes occur before almost every other change with regard to Alzheimer's disease, which is the most common form of dementia, and certainly vascular dementia. So cardiovascular health is crucially important, and it's something that I'm always mindful of. And again, every food has a benefit and a risk. Coffee, I think, is really interesting from this standpoint.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
Yeah, so coffee is something that it's the world's most commonly consumed drug, right? It's a psychoactive drug. I love it, but I found at a certain point that coffee was starting to give me that tired and wired feeling, and so I took it out for a while, and I felt great. This is another reason that I think many people feel shitty all the time, right? Because they are dependent on this drug that that they need to consume in order to treat their withdrawal from it that they're experiencing due to a 24-hour deficit of caffeine, right? And so for most people, when they consume coffee, they're not actually experiencing a performance boost above their baseline levels of performance. they're dependent on it. So they need to consume coffee to get back to their baseline level of performance. So for people who are not regular coffee drinkers, caffeine does provide a performance boosting effect. But for people who are chronic coffee drinkers, dependent on coffee, that caffeine is just you need that morning cup because you're going to feel the unpleasant symptoms of withdrawal without it. And the other aspect of coffee that I think most people are not aware of is that coffee does give you an energy boost, but it doesn't create energy from thin air. It borrows it from later. And that's a debt that's going to be repaid later in the day. So that's what I was feeling personally when I was drinking coffee first thing in the morning. I would end up feeling like a train hit me by 2, 3 in the afternoon, oftentimes leading me to the coffee pot to get some more coffee. And that was starting to just disrupt my sleep. And so I took coffee out to resensitize my brain to it. And then I brought it back in so that now I can consume it at the minimal effective dose for me. And I love it. I drink it now every day. But
what were you having before, and how does that compare now? Was it just that you were having the quantity, or it just was that you didn't take a break enough for your body to reset?
I was having probably too much. So the dose was probably too high for me.
Which would be what?
Well, I know that I was in my coffee French press that I was using. I was putting probably like 4 or 5 tablespoons of grounds into that French press, which is probably like 400, if not more, milligrams of caffeine. And I was also drinking it first thing in the morning, which you don't typically want to do because caffeine can cause an elevation of cortisol levels. But first thing in the morning, your cortisol levels are already the highest that they're going to be all day because of the diurnal cortisol pattern. Cortisol is your body's waking hormone. It's what gets you out of bed. So once I took coffee out first to kind of press the reset button. And then I brought it back at a much lower dose, and I try to the best of my ability to drink it 45 minutes after I wake up, to an hour after I wake up, so that cortisol spike starts to come down. The other thing that I did was...
The other great thing about that is it forces you to drink water first thing in the morning.
Oh, yeah.
Which is also, I think, on one of your posts here or there, people go to caffeine first.
Right.
And then it's like, well, coffee's made out of water, so it's all good.
Yeah.
But that's the first liquid that they have in the day. So they're already dehydrated waking up. Their cortisol is already high, and they're drinking something that's making them more dehydrated first thing in the morning. So sorry to interrupt, but that's another thing that you get for delaying coffee a little bit is you get to sneak in that water and make sure that that's the first thing you have in the morning.
That's a great point. People, when trying to set healthy new habits, you want a habit stack. And so giving yourself that extra time in the morning and throwing in some new habits in it, because you've got your coffee habit coming up, but that's a great opportunity to drink some water, hydrate, maybe put some electrolytes into the mix. So I brought it back, and also I learned a few things about how to make coffee healthier. So for one, I was French pressing my coffee, as I mentioned. When you coffee has a compound in it called cafestol, which is sort of a double-edged sword. It's a compound that has been shown to improve insulin sensitivity, but powerfully also raise levels of LDL cholesterol. And when you use a paper filter, the paper filter absorbs all of that compound, all of that cafestol, whereas a French press doesn't absorb any of it. So if you French press your coffee and you're prone to hypercholesterolemia, maybe you have high cholesterol, you want to get rid of the French press and use a pour over or a coffee machine or whatever, just something that utilizes a paper filter, which absorbs almost all of that cafestol compound, which again is one of the most powerful. It's one of the most powerfully known elevators of LDL cholesterol in humans. Yeah. And it does this. I forget how it does it, actually. I think it might have something to do with reducing, again, availability of the LDL receptor, this one compound. But you absorb nearly all of it with just a paper filter. So I got rid of my French press, and now I'm using a pour over where I have an unbleached paper filter that I use. And I know that is actually helpful. That is going to have a meaningful impact, right?
Wow.
Yeah.
I make an espresso in the morning. I wonder if I can make that espresso my friend gifted me a little wedding present, and it's like, I'm one of those nice Italian machines,
Yeah.
condensed. I wonder if I could pour that through a paper filter afterwards.
Maybe. Yeah. It would potentially help.
And you think it makes that much of a
I
difference?
do. Yeah. With a French press, you're getting about, I believe it's like 6 milligrams of this cafe stol compound. People can look it up. You can easily Google cafe stol. I'm not making it up. It's a compound in coffee that's fully absorbed by the paper filter. I think after using a paper filter, you get about 0.2 milligrams or something. It's like a dramatic reduction of cafe stol yield in the cup. And yeah, that's enough to have a significant effect. But the other thing that coffee was recently, and caffeine specifically, has been found to do, which is actually a really positive thing, is it was found that caffeine is a natural PCSK9 inhibitor.
Mm-hmm.
There's a new class of cholesterol lowering drugs on the market that are called PCSK9 inhibitors. So most people are familiar with statins. Statins reduce the ability of your liver to synthesize cholesterol. But PCSK9 inhibitors, the way they work is they increase, by inhibiting this protein, PCSK9, they cause an increase in the availability of this LDL receptor, which is really great for helping to pick up these remnant LDL particles that have been sent out in circulation after they do their job of dropping off cholesterol and triglycerides all around the body. The liver, its job is to pick those remnant lipoprotein particles up, right, before they have the chance to get small and dense. Because I'm sure you've talked about the difference between large and fluffy LDL particles and small and dense particles. The longer an LDL particle spends in circulation, the smaller and denser it's going to get.
Yep.
So we want to do everything we can to optimize the efficiency of our livers for recycling LDL. And this is true for everybody, but it's certainly true for people with specific genotypes, mine included. So caffeine was shown in this study that just came out to inhibit PCSK9 by about 25%. I believe the dose was something like, I believe it was 400 milligrams of caffeine, which is quite a bit of caffeine. So I'm not recommending such high a dose. But it is cool to know that via this mechanism, coffee can actually increase the efficiency of your liver to recycle these LDL lipoproteins, which is great, right?
It's great.
Yeah, because coffee consumption observationally has been consistently associated with reduced risk for cardiovascular disease, for certain neurodegenerative conditions, Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson's disease, MS, all these things. But it's like, is there a mechanism that could explain that, right?
Sure.
And this is a pretty significant mechanism, pretty plausible.
How much do you think? I mean, we know all the research that's out there on LDL, and we've done episodes on it and other stuff. But how much do you think is, when people talk about elevated levels of LDL, and then of course, people can always get like an NMR test and look at the actual particle size build up. Do they have the right amount of, do they have a lot of small dense ones, which you talked about, and why they're problematic? Do you have big and fluffy ones, and it's not as much of an issue and everything when it comes to the cholesterol and lipids conversation? How much of the conversation around LDLs do you think is the association of LDLs with people who tend to have very inflammatory diets, a lot of processed sugar, other stuff? And, what would be a great study that you'd like to see when it came to people like me and you who typically don't eat a lot of processed foods and might have a tendency to lean towards higher LDL? What would be a study that you'd like to see that would give you more information about just how worried should we be about it? But again, we want to try to hedge our bets, but yeah, what would be a study? I'd be curious if you have a take on that.
Yeah, I think that with regard to the foods that we know that can potentially raise LDL, we have to ask ourselves, do the benefits outweigh the risks? And for foods like grass-fed beef, any animal product, I mean, even wild salmon, fatty fish in general, which is associated with better cardiovascular health, has saturated fat in it. So we can't demonize a single nutrient in isolation. That makes no sense to do that. And also, even when we say saturated fat, there are different kinds of saturated fatty acids. There is myristic acid, there's palmitic acid, there's stearic acid, right? They all have different effects on the body. So if you're just saying saturated fat is bad, to somebody who actually knows what they're talking about, you don't sound like you know what you're talking about, because stearic acid, for example, has a neutral effect on lipids like LDL, and in fact could actually potentially play a positive role for health. It's been shown to boost mitochondrial function, for example, right? When you take a cow and you feed a cow grass for the entirety of its life, you're going to see a higher proportion of stearic acid, which again is, from a cardiovascular standpoint, totally neutral, if not healthy. You're going to see less overall saturated fat. You're going to see more omega-3s. And so the benefits, I think, of eating that food outweighs any risk. The benefits of eating fish today still seem to outweigh any risks. Breast milk, right, is loaded with saturated fat. It's one of the perfect foods that nature has devised to grow a developing brain, right? So I think when we take a food centric approach, I mean, that really to me is that ultimately answers the question of how much value do I place on LDL. I think if you're eating an overall healthy dietary pattern that is primarily constituted with minimally processed foods, and you're not overdoing it with butter, which is dairy is nature's creation, right? But butter is a man-made creation. So certain genotypes, I think, don't do as well with butter. Also, ghee. Ghee is a derivative of butter. Ghee has, and I think ghee is great in certain recipes. I certainly use it. It's very stable at high temperatures. But ghee is basically butter, but then you have the added effect of having a high prevalence of oxidized cholesterol in it, which I don't think is necessarily great to overconsume. So I tend to take a food centric approach and optimize like the diet, and then if everything else was good on my labs, and then I saw my LDL was in the maybe the high normal range, I personally wouldn't medicate myself based on that. I wouldn't be too concerned. I'll caveat that by saying I'm not a medical doctor, but I personally would not be, if my overall metabolic health was good, if I didn't have an oversized waistline, if my A1C was nice and low, if my blood pressure was nice and healthy, my fasting insulin, my fasting blood sugar were low, my HDL was high, my triglycerides were low, and my LDL was maybe 130 or something like that, which is probably above what the guidelines would call pristine, I would probably be fine with that, because there are consequences to cutting out foods that I would have to cut out to get that pristine LDL, right? I would have to cut out the grass-fed beef. I would have to maybe eat a lower overall fat diet, right? Which we know can reduce levels of testosterone, which provides many benefits, well-being, libido, body composition. So treating based on just an isolated number, I don't think makes any sense.
Yeah. And just more of what we can expect when we look at the patient as a whole and just follow all the rules inside of precision medicine. What you described is basically me. My LDL was much higher than that, and but all my other things, I even went in just because family history, other stuff, being South Asian, there's a lot of cardiovascular disease in that category, mostly because of sedentary lifestyle, a lot of fried food, a lot of sugar, other things, those are not in there. But I even got on top of what the tests you mentioned, I went and got a calcium score test just to make sure like all was good because my LDL was really high, but still hedging our bets. And because of some other stuff, I had an expert on the podcast microbiologist who was talking about in some people who have had challenging gut health histories, which I was on a lot of antibiotics as a kid, my gut got messed up, high amounts of concentrated saturated fat, concentrated like in one go, like butter, MCT, that sort of thing.
Yeah, coconut oil, butter, yeah.
Coconut oil in my case, I was consuming a lot of coconut oil. I was cooking with a lot of oil.
Right.
That can also have an endotoxemia reaction inside the body where you get all this, you can get leakage into the bloodstream and bacteria and other stuff and things like that. And so just hedging took out a lot of that sort of added fat that you talk about in my diet out, went back to just whole foods. And in my particular case, I did remove grass-fed beef because I noticed that I was still having some challenges with it. And I love grass-fed beef. It tastes great. And it was one of those things that I was weighing out, like, should I do it?
Well, you could do leaner. I mean, a beef tenderloin is like, most people don't know, but tenderloin, like there are, I did an Instagram post on just breaking down the different beef cuts. There are leaner cuts out there.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that you need to eat beef.
Sure.
I know that I talk a lot about it because I think it's a very nutrient dense food. You don't need it, but there are like lean options.
I got to try that. I got to definitely try that.
Yeah.
I'm probably biased toward nutrition because, I happen to love the field of nutrition and I consider myself a big nutrition nerd. But there, I think, were some key points that were not made in Genius Foods that I wanted to make in the Genius Life, especially in regard to metabolic health and body composition. So Genius Foods is really all about the prevention of dementia and what we know about that, given the best available evidence. But I think many of the kinds of conditions that we're now seeing burden society, the kinds of chronic non-communicable diseases that are now robbing us, 60% of people, according to the World Health Organization, die because of, any one of these kinds of conditions, are intricately related to body composition. So having a strong, healthy, relatively lean body, I think, becomes crucially important. 40% of cancers at least are related to being overweight or obese. And today, when you look around statistically, most people are either overweight or obese and struggling with some kind of insulin resistance, whether it's full-blown type 2 diabetes or pre-diabetes. So chapter 1 really is sort of like the key takeaways that you need to know in terms of using your diet to look better naked, feel better, and ultimately achieve a healthier body composition and to reduce levels of inflammation with food. So I think one of the points that I make in this book that I didn't make in Genius Foods in regard to nutrition specifically is that you really ought to prioritize protein. So protein is a super powerful tool that we can use to satiate our hunger, drive ourselves towards a more optimal body composition with greater lean mass, less body fat. And there's also an interesting connection between protein consumption and brain health. So protein, for those who don't know, we've got 3 primary macronutrients. There's fat, carbs, and protein. Protein is found in eggs, chicken, fatty fish, grass-fed beef. There's this idea, it's been coined the protein leverage hypothesis, that our hunger is driven primarily by our requirement for amino acids. Because if you think about it, protein makes up the entirety of the body. So aside from the fact that our muscles are made of protein, essentially, and muscles are important for mobility, being able to navigate the world, procure food, procure mate, all these behaviors rely on protein. Protein also is the backbone of our neurotransmitters, messenger chemicals in the brain like serotonin, dopamine, norepinephrine. It also makes up enzymes in the body, and also collagen. Collagen, I believe 1/3 of bodily protein, if not more, is made up of collagen, which is sort of like the glue that holds the body together. It's also important for healthy, supple skin and the like, anti-aging, keeping inflammation at bay. And so by prioritizing protein, people actually tend to consume less carbs and fat. And you can do this at every meal by basically, making sure that your plate is half full at least with some kind of properly sourced form of protein. And it's also important to remember that not all proteins are created equal. So you have, most people today are consuming muscle meat essentially. So if you're eating like a steak or a chicken breast, those are great options, but they are concentrated they have a particular amino acid profile that unless you're balancing that out with collagen, or specifically an amino acid found in collagen called glycine, that actually might negatively affect your health. So I sort of take a nose to tail approach in regard to my recommendation to consume more protein, and to integrate foods like bone broth, collagenous tissue, organ meats, and things like that. And if you can't, or if you don't like, those foods, then I make the recommendation for a collagen supplement, which could be inexpensive. And I have no affiliation with any collagen manufacturers. But yeah, I think it's crucially important. I think when it comes to building and maintaining lean mass, which becomes increasingly important as we get older, especially in view of the fact that, we tend to lose hormones as we get older that help facilitate the growing and maintaining of lean mass. And muscle is important to prevent falls, to, as I mentioned, remain mobile, to be able to exercise and to continue to do the things that we love to do. Not to mention the fact that having more muscle in your body is important for hormone function, insulin sensitivity, and things like that. The research is now coming out showing us that the RDA, which is 0.8 grams of protein per kilogram of lean mass, is actually suboptimal from the standpoint of maintaining lean mass as we get older. So the recommendation that I make is actually double that, is 1.6 grams per kilogram of lean mass.
Interestingly enough, and they talk about like the blue zones, and there's like different theories and thoughts of like, oh, the blue zones don't eat as much protein as we do, or like, this one in California is vegetarian. And we had Dr. Gabrielle Lyon, who came on the podcast a few months ago, and she was saying how what the research seems to support is that actually when you're less active, you sometimes need more protein. In these societies that are a lot more active, you have the rice farmer who's out in the fields every day, squatting, picking things up, lifting heavy things that are there. That's one way that they're continuing to strengthen that muscle mass in the body. And maybe they don't have access to the same amount of high quality proteins that we might have over here, but they're able to maintain that lean muscular body because they have more movement inside of there. And then sometimes in societies where they don't, this is just her theory and thoughts on it. Love to get your opinion on it. And especially as we get older, when we start losing a lot of that mass, it's that much more important to eat adequate amounts of protein to support the body.
Yeah, I mean, there's this idea that eating low protein somehow is going to facilitate longevity. But in my view, I mean, based on my interpretation of the literature, I mean, that's a recipe for disaster. You're going to basically, it's a recipe for sarcopenia, which I think many people struggle with. And, frailty is like such a awful thing to have to contend with when we're old. And it's something really that you tend to only see in the Western world. I mean, if you look at these blue zones, like you mentioned, they're not frail. I mean, granted, nutrition isn't the only variable that distinguishes them from us. But yeah, I mean, I think when you look at these longevity studies that are being done, like the fasting mimicking diet, which has been coined over at USC by Walter Longo, and, studies in smaller organisms where they've really looked at calorie restriction as a means to extend lifespan. It's hard they are also on protein restricted diets, but it's hard to tease out whether the benefits that they see in terms of lifespan comes from the protein restriction or the calorie restriction. And I'm inclined to believe that it's from the calorie restriction, not necessarily the protein restriction. And especially when you add protein to a lifestyle that embraces physical activity like weightlifting, resistance training, which I think everybody ought to do. I think it's pretty likely that the benefits of that higher level of protein consumption are going to outweigh any potential risks, especially when the protein comes from properly raised animal sources. And what I mean by that is wild fish, grass-fed beef, and things like that. I just don't think that protein restriction has been demonstrated in humans to have any kind of a positive benefit. And I think the inverse has actually been true, that older adults who are on a resistance training regimen that actually increase their protein beyond the recommended daily intake for protein seem to not only get stronger, but there's also a relationship between protein consumption and less amyloid aggregate in the brain. So amyloid is this protein that forms the backbone of the plaques that are associated with Alzheimer's disease and cognitive aging more generally. But there was one study that I found that I detail in the book that showed that among older adults, higher protein consumption was related to less amyloid in the brain, which was a stark finding. And you can't really say whether or not it was the protein itself that led to this reduction in amyloid, or the fact that when you eat more protein, as I mentioned, you tend to eat less potentially pro-inflammatory foods like carbs and fat, which kind of typify junk foods. but I see no downside to, to eating, higher protein. And I'm not talking about going crazy necessarily, but I
On a
think
practical level, like
on a practical level,
for a guy your size, you're like 6'2".
I try to consume. I'm 6'1". Yeah.
6'1".
So I try to get, in terms of pounds, because most of us are in the U.S. and so we don't go by kilograms. I try to get 0.7 grams of protein per pound of lean mass. If I were overweight, when I make that calculation, I would use my goal weight to determine how many grams of protein I should get per day. It's generally 0.7 grams per pound of lean mass. That I think is a good sort of benchmark for most people. And as I mentioned, protein is super satiating. So, I mean, if you just kind of run a little thought experiment for yourself, when was the last time you've overconsumed chicken breast or fish? It's not something that's bound to happen. But if I ask you when the last time was that you overconsumed fat and carbs, I'm sure it's a lot easier to recall when that may have been. I mean, that's like ice cream. That's like, any number of packaged processed foods that, you see in the aisles of your supermarket. But high protein foods are largely self-limiting. And so it's actually pretty difficult to overconsume protein. And I'll make the caveat that, people with existing kidney disease, it might be prudent to watch your protein intake. I'm not a medical doctor, so I don't know about specific medical conditions, but generally speaking, for general health and wellness and having a more optimal body composition, I think it's probably better to prioritize protein.
So another thing you emphasize in the book is that it's not just what we eat, it's when we eat it.
Yeah.
And you talk about that. Bring up some of the topics you shared in the book on the podcast here.
Yeah. So, I mean, circadian biology, it's like this amazing field of research that we're just, the story is still being written, certainly, but I wanted to pay homage to it because I think it's so fascinating. It's this notion that when we eat might be as important as what we eat. And I still think what we eat is probably most important. So for people that don't have a choice in terms of, when it is that they get to eat, I still think that, if you're able to make healthier choices for your diet, then that's like going to be 80 to 90% of getting you there in terms of like better health. But there is this burgeoning line of research that's showing us that, our bodies tend to be, and the hormonal milieu of our bodies tends to be oriented in a way during the day that supports metabolism, digestion, energy utilization and storage and things like that. And so, when it comes to higher carbohydrate foods, for example, I think it's important to eat those primarily during the day, which is when we're at our most insulin sensitive. And insulin is the hormone that basically shuttles glucose or sugar in the blood into your muscle tissue and your liver. And our bodies are most efficient at doing that earlier in the day. In fact, there's this notion of afternoon diabetes. People tend to get less insulin sensitive as the day wanes. Now, does that mean that if you eat like a sweet potato late at night that it's going to somehow cause you to gain weight or develop type 2 diabetes? No. But in terms of, keeping our blood sugar at an optimal level, I think it's probably important to consume denser sources of starches and carbs earlier in the day. Also, later on in the evening, digestion slows down. Peristalsis slows, which is the transit of contents from our stomachs through the digestive tract. And so there's this notion that the kitchen kind of like closes later on in the day, and that we want to maybe curtail our eating to about 8 p.m. every night. And there have been a number of studies, I think mostly in men, which is unfortunate, so it's hard to generalize, but that early time restricted feeding, so eating a dinner earlier in the day and then not eating after that, has a number of potential benefits in terms of, optimizing blood sugar, blood pressure, and these are all independent of weight. So it's not necessarily that early time restricted eating is just another means of calorie control. It seems that that by not eating too late at night, we actually can see metabolic benefits, lower blood pressure, lower blood sugar, and things like that. So it's all it's super interesting, and I go to great lengths in the book to sort of detail where the current state of the science is, but it is fascinating. So a lot of people are interested in intermittent fasting and things like that. And so the recommendation that I make in the book is basically not to eat for an hour or two after you wake up, and to not eat for 2 to 3 hours before you go to sleep, just to sort of make it, really sort of easy for people.
Yeah, and for people who have experimented, sometimes they want to take it up to the next level. For them personally, and level is so relative. There's a lot of individuals who might do 2 meals a day instead of 1. In general, how many meals a day do you have and incorporate on like a normal weekday?
Yeah, I do 2 meals a day. For the most part, it's the meal that I break my fast with, and I'll eat that around noon every day. And I don't count calories or anything like that. I eat until I'm full. And that first meal is usually going to be a healthy dose of protein. As I mentioned, I'm prioritizing protein at every meal, and a heaping portion of vegetables, whether that's dark leafy greens in the form of a salad. I'm a big fan of the big fatty salad every day, which Rush University research shows us is associated with reduced brain aging by up to 11 years. So sometimes I'm, just eating a big salad, or roasted vegetables. I think it's important to incorporate a range of fresh produce, whether it's cooked or raw. And then I'll kind of do a similar thing for my last meal of the day. And then I try not to snack all that much, but I'm not opposed to it, especially when those snacks are highly satiating, high protein snacks. So sometimes I'll go for a low sugar beef jerky, a handful of nuts. I'm a huge fan of seasonal fruit, so I'm not afraid of fruit or anything like that. But nutrient density is something that I think is crucially important. And I know that there's this movement now towards OMAD, or 1 meal a day, which I'm not a subscriber to. I think, when you're eating 1 meal a day, it's got to be really difficult to, get all the nutrients that your body requires for good health. And so I think it's probably a more attainable ideal with 2 meals a day plus a few snacks. And so,
yeah, and I've mentioned this before, but it's good for people to experiment. Like, I love doing 2 meals a day, but I feel much better when I eat first thing in the morning. I usually eat first thing in the morning, and then I might go do some training. And I always remember growing up, my parents' fasting was like baked into our religion and the Indian tradition. They would always fast in the evening. They wouldn't fast in the morning. They would skip dinner. That was often the most common way that they would do stuff. I remember talking to Walter Longo's team about it, and they were saying, throughout the world, most people fast later in the day. They don't skip actually breakfast, because especially the healthy fats and proteins are required for our brain to function. So depending on the type of activities that you're doing that day, you may want to play with it a little bit, because everybody's different. I know, being a CEO of a company with 60 employees and running around, and I have a lot of meetings in the morning, my brain does not work as well if I don't eat anything in the morning. So I do better when I eat in the morning, and then I'll often either skip lunch or I might skip dinner, which is better for me. But again, back to people experimenting and trying stuff to see what does best for them.
Yeah, the one sort of caveat that I would add, I think it's fine to eat first thing in the morning, but it depends totally on your sleep quality, how many hours a night you're getting for sleep. Because some people, if they go to bed late, for example, and they wake up artificially due to an alarm clock, there's a good chance that their melatonin, which is, elevated when we sleep, has not fully subsided. So melatonin is supposed to be at its nadir. It's like its lowest levels when you wake up first thing in the morning, which is, for those who don't know, melatonin is the body's sleep hormone. It's also involved in cancer protection, gene regulation. So it's, it's one of these, countless chemicals in the body, which doesn't have just a singular job. Most enzymes, proteins in the body, they have side hustles. Melatonin is a good example of that. But most people who wake up artificially early to an alarm clock, their melatonin levels have not fully come down yet. And so they're still groggy in the morning. And melatonin actually has the effect of making you less insulin sensitive. And so if you are waking up at an ungodly hour every day to get to your work, God bless you, but eating a high carb breakfast during that hormonal milieu is probably not going to be in your best interests. Now, is eating first thing in the morning inherently bad? No, especially if you wake up naturally. As I mentioned, we're diurnal creatures, and so we are meant to eat our food during the day. We're not like mice, but I think you just want to make sure that you've fully woken up before you reach for that first meal. And if you do wake up, early due to an alarm clock and you haven't yet fully woken up, I would just prioritize protein, as I mentioned, and fiber, if that's possible, to make yourself like a scramble with vegetables. The worst meal that you could possibly have is like the standard American version of a breakfast, which is very high in carbohydrates, usually consisting of like the bran muffin and a glass of juice and coffee with sugar and cream. I mean, that would be
all the things that spike your blood sugar.
Yeah.
And head you down a downward spiral for the rest of the day.
For like hunger and yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I think I do best like right around, so I generally wake up at like 5:45, 6. I like to eat around like 7. And again, everybody's different and the way their bodies are built. What I also notice is that with you talking earlier about our metabolism slowing down later on in the day, I think one thing that a lot of people agree on is that a big, heavy dinner that a lot of people are used to, which is tough to break when it comes to being social with people or going out on dates or other things like that, is not always optimal, because if you eat a big, heavy meal, your biggest meal in the evening, it can affect your sleep and other aspects of your health.
Yeah, and your body is not as adept at partitioning nutrients later on in the day, with the other caveat being, so I mean, I like to underscore the fact that there's no one size fits all diet. And so all the guidelines that like I give and I write about, I try to always give the caveats to people, because everybody, as you mentioned, everybody's different and everybody has a different lifestyle. So, and
you should know both sides, because a big part of it is actually a little bit of experimentation.
100%.
So continue, please. You were saying.
Yeah. So I mean, where I won't typically recommend, eating starches and carbs, from grains, for example, later on in the evening. If you're a late exerciser, for example, which I think many people are due to their work schedules, if you are getting to the gym at 4 p.m. or 5 p.m., then you're basically sort of artificially inducing insulin sensitivity by having that workout later on in the evening. And so for you, eating carbs in the evening is not going to be a big deal, because when we exercise, we have the benefit of this really powerful mechanism called insulin-independent glucose uptake. And so your muscles essentially become a sponge for carbs and sugar. And so you can get away with having more carbs later on in the day. If you're working out in the morning, for example, and you're going to eat and if you have one meal over the course of the day, that's going to have your, whether it's like a baked potato or, pick your carb of choice, then it's a great idea to have it, during the day at that point, and then to not eat, many carbs later on, like in the evening. So,
yeah. And just like you were saying, a lot of the studies that were done on fasting have been done mostly on men.
Yeah.
The other caveat that's there that a lot of functional medicine doctors talk about, if you're a woman, if you're ovulating, trying to get pregnant, if you are in that space where, you really just want to think, is fasting even something that you really need to be doing right now? And just listening more intuitively to your body and focusing on that, because if it's saying it's hungry, it might be for specific reasons. So not all advice meets for all genders at the different times that are there for them. So I want to pivot from that conversation to, I'm going to pick a part of the book that I feel like is really crucial. And you did a lot of really great writing to highlight it. And you devoted a lot of attention to it, which is vitamin D.
Yeah.
There's quite a big section of the book.
There is, yeah.
About vitamin D. And so give us the 40,000 foot view of how you came to understand the crucial role that vitamin D plays in our health.
Yeah, vitamin D, when it comes to the brain, it's crucially important. There was a really great review of environmental risk factors for the development of dementia, and vitamin D was the top risk that they highlighted as being crucial to correcting if you want your brain to be in optimal health. And I think that the science is evolving, but it seems that vitamin D is a steroid hormone that's involved in the expression of nearly 1,000 genes in the body. So that's 5% of the human genome. And there are vitamin D receptors inside every cell in every organ of your body. Vitamin D is also the only nutraceutical that has a strong body of evidence for the potential treatment of MS, multiple sclerosis. High dose, they're looking at high dose vitamin D for symptom alleviation in patients with MS. So there's all this like really interesting research out there, and I think a lot of it comes down to the fact that vitamin D is important for helping normalize levels of inflammation in the body. It's really important for having healthy blood pressure, and arterial flexibility, which is crucial. And I think most people underappreciate the role of cardiovascular health in brain health, but the brain is fed blood and nutrients and fuel by a vascular bed that if you were to take out of your head and stack these little capillaries end to end would stretch 400 miles long. And vascular dysfunction is one of the earliest preceding things to go wrong, essentially, in people with Alzheimer's disease and even mild cognitive impairment. And then, of course, there's vascular dementia, which is the second most common form of dementia, which is sort of a more accelerated form of dysfunction of this vasculature. And so, so I think getting healthy, making sure that your levels of vitamin D are healthy.
And I think it even starts there because so many people, even who have health insurance, they'll sometimes send over their labs to say like, oh, what else should we get? And I'll send it over to like one of the doctors at our clinic. And I know enough to know some of the basics of like what they should be asking for. And so often they'll have years of blood work and nobody checked their vitamin D.
Yeah.
And that in itself is first even just asking and having a conversation with your doctor to make sure that those things are included. It's not always included by default. I think there's a lot more awareness now, but for a long time, I would see a ton of blood work from friends and other people, and it didn't have vitamin D, and it's such a cheap and easy test to add.
Yeah, there's a very large meta-analysis that I detail in the book, and I forget the journal that it was published in, but basically what they found is that the people in this very large population had the lowest risk of all-cause mortality when they reached a vitamin D level in their blood of between 40 and 60 nanograms per milliliter. And there have been other studies that have found that right around 50, which is like dead center in that range, also was able to confer sort of the highest level of cognitive improvement. So, all that being said, there is no consensus in terms of what the optimal vitamin D level is, but that's sort of a range that I think is important to shoot for. And another thing that I think most people don't realize, and this was pretty surprising as I was writing the book, I found out that the enzymes that convert the form of vitamin D that your skin creates via its exposure to the UVB rays of the sun, it needs to be converted into the active steroid hormone that then can influence your brain and all of the other organs in your body that it does. These enzymes, magnesium is a cofactor in them, and 50% of the population doesn't consume adequate magnesium. And so if you're not getting adequate magnesium in your diet, or if you're not supplementing with it, then there's a good chance that you could be getting all the vitamin D that you need from the sun necessarily, but it's not going to be reflected in your blood levels, and it's not going to be having all the health benefits that's associated with having optimal vitamin D levels. The other thing that's important is that people have varying abilities to synthesize vitamin D. So when you're when you're older, your skin is not as efficient at creating vitamin D as it is when you are younger. If you are overweight, your fat tissue, because vitamin D is a fat-soluble vitamin, can sequester vitamin D the same way that it does for all other fat-soluble vitamins. So you can actually be getting enough vitamin D in terms of your exposure to the sun, but again, it's not going to be coming up on those levels. If you live in a northern latitude, if it's if it's winter and vitamin D rays that are able to reach the Earth's surface are diminished, then you're not going to be getting adequate levels of vitamin D. And so thankfully, our bodies have an ability to store vitamin D. We store it in our fat tissue. And then also we get vitamin D from animal products. So when we eat egg yolks, when we eat fatty fish, we're able to sort of make it through the winter from the standpoint of our diet. But I think that getting adequate sun exposure and making sure that our magnesium levels are topped off by eating foods that are high in magnesium, which we know are very good for us, crucial in terms of getting all of the benefits that vitamin D is thought to impart.
And when it comes to something like that, do you regularly check? Like, do you go like once a year and get your blood work done and things? Like, how do you navigate the side of, I'm not sure if I have enough vitamin D?
Yeah, I mean, thankfully, it's a very easy blood test that any doctor can run. It's also inexpensive. And so, once a year I go and I get my levels tested. And if you're not in the optimal range, it's very easy to bring those levels up. I'm a fan of the supplementation of vitamin D. There was another study that I found. There was basically a research calculation that found that supplementing with 2,000 international units of vitamin D3 every day is enough generally to bring people up to that level. But again, if you are overweight, you might need more than that. So there's no one-size-fits-all recommendation here, but it's crucial to make sure that you're getting sun. And the other thing that I'll add that I talk about in that section that you're referring to is that the benefits of sun exposure can't be limited to the UVB rays so that we can create vitamin D. There's also thinking that the UVA rays from the sun help create nitric oxide in our blood vessels, which helps to boost blood flow, enhance endothelial function. So, I mean, there might be benefit from the UVA rays from the sun. And then that's not to mention the fact that the sunlight, we're talking about circadian biology, helps anchor our body's circadian clocks. So the light from the sun is crucially important for a number of reasons. It helps our brains create serotonin, which is the feel-good neurotransmitter, but it's also involved in healthy executive function. So getting good sun first thing in the morning is crucial. And if you could do that in a way that sort of, kills multiple birds with one stone, I mean, that's a great strategy for better health.
Why did you include a chapter in the book called Peace of Mind? What was the inspiration, and what did you want to teach people with this chapter?
I just think mental health is so crucially important, and it's something that many of us struggle with. And so I kind of wanted to give people a 30,000-foot guidebook, a roadmap in terms of how to navigate the modern world in a way that supports mental health as opposed to takes away from it. Because we live in a time where, not every toxin is something that we necessarily eat or ingest or are slathering on our skin or breathe in. You can consider an addiction to social media a form of toxicity. We have people that are paid lots and lots of money to make sure that we're staying addicted to our devices. And I'm, as much on social media as anybody else these days, but I think it's important to become mindful of these aspects of modern life that don't always act in the best interest of our mental health. I also, in that chapter, I detailed some of the really exciting research now coming out on the use of medicines like psilocybin mushrooms that have been studied at Johns Hopkins and NYU, and how they're finding that, just going out of your mind temporarily and having a mystical experience, occasioning a spiritual or mystical experience, can actually have profound and long-lasting effects on our mental health. So I think that that's a really cool line of research. And then work, I go into work and the fact that so many of us are now strung out and burnt out and, working jobs that we hate when we should all be striving to basically have vocations, which are jobs that don't feel like jobs, essentially. And I know it's not easy for every person to achieve, but I give some tips there as well. Having interviewed people that are experts in the field of innovation and sort of looking at the commonalities between people who have really stepped outside of the moving walkway that's pulling us all seemingly pulling us all towards the rat race, and job security and staying within our comfort zones, to look at like what living a genius life might be for somebody who doesn't want to, work a 9-to-5 for somebody else. And so I talk about that, how finding a noble aim in your life can be really powerful. It's something that I know that you've found, something that I've certainly found and that
we're finding, right? Like we're in the process of.
Yeah.
You don't have it all figured out. I don't have it all figured out, but it's like the constant.
Exactly.
On the base foundation. And, guys, I think so many people look up to you, and this is why I so loved that you came on the podcast and you did your story, and where you shared about like the behind the scenes. If you want to go back and listen to it, we'll link it to in the show notes for anybody who's listening to the podcast right now. You talked about the evolution of just continuously just showing up and giving it a shot and doing your best and bringing the best to the world that you have. And that will continue to grow.
100%. I think that's, when you have an idealized goal, a noble aim, as psychologist Jordan Peterson calls it, I think, living in the modern world isn't easy by any stretch. I mean, this is something that's become, really important, an important message for me to drive home, is that, life is hard. Like, no matter how privileged we each are. And, I like to acknowledge that I'm like, if you look under the dictionary of the word privilege, like I'm there. I was born, male. I'm 6'1". I'm white. I was born in New York. Like, I I have it so much easier than I think the vast majority of people. And yet all of us, we have to see our loved ones decay and get decrepit and age and ultimately pass away. And it's just tragic. I've always been so deeply touched by the suffering of others. And that's why I feel like I've dedicated my life to this idea of service, to helping other people not have to go through what I had to see my mom go through. And so no matter how, no matter who you are, that's why I have empathy for everybody, across political divides, across, race, anything like that. I mean, it's just, life is just this struggle. And no matter who you see, no matter who you look at, whether or not you perceive them as being somehow, standing on more solid ground than you, they're dealing with stuff in their own lives as well. Everybody is at the end of the day. And so I think what I try to do with the Genius Life is to give people tools to kind of to see that, to acknowledge that, and to on the one hand be kinder to themselves, because I think a lot of people today in the social media world, we tend to be very quick to judge ourselves, especially when we look at the social media feeds of other people that tend to be hyper curated in these like fake portrayals, but also to project that kindness outwards. I mean, this book, in many ways, I tried to, in that chapter, especially, I have a whole section where I talk about some of the teachings that my mom imparted on me, and being kind and being truthful and honest was core to who she was. And that's something that I hope to, impart on my readers. And it's going to do a world for not just your mental health, but the mental health of others. There's this idea, one of my favorite philosophers, Jiddu Krishnamurti, said famously that you are the world. And I think that, like, before we try to fix the outside world, which I think so many of us try to do on a near constant basis, because it seems so easy from the comfort of our social media profiles, which, the reality is anything but I think we got to work on the individual, on who we are when we look in the mirror. And that's, to me, what living a genius life is all about. And that's what I try to impart my readers with.
On the topic of mental health, and you share the story, we started off the podcast with a story you talk about your mom, how that led to the work of you wanting to support her decline, and ultimately the loss that you and your family faced. When you were in that moment of loss and grief, what were some of the things that you did and to surround yourself with, again, everybody will lose somebody in their lifetime. You had just lost your mom. How did you support yourself through the process of getting through that?
I mean, it was so hard. I was tons of crying and reaching out to my friends, and thankfully having friends who proactively, like you, reached out to me. There's really no guidebook. I don't think that we deal very well with death, especially in this culture. I think that they have a perhaps healthier way of dealing with it around, in other parts of the world. But generally, like, I think in the US, especially for younger people, we all kind of have this like idea of immortality, and that's like enabled certainly by like pop culture and everything. And there was just no precedent for me and no guidebook. And so watching my mom get so sick was the hardest thing that I'd ever experienced. And it was barbaric in many ways. It was inhuman. And yeah, I mean, I don't think people should have to go through with that, honestly. Like, if there was if I were in her shoes and there was an eject button, I would probably press that button, because, especially in the last few weeks, if not days of, dying from cancer. I mean, it's painful. It's just like, it's terrible. So I'm really lucky in that I made the decision to be public with my journey. And so I like to hate on social media, but actually having a social media account where, a lot of people follow me and were kind of going through this with me, I'm so grateful for the countless messages that I got from people all around the world that were there with me, and many of whom have experienced similar things, with their loved ones. So that was great. But But ultimately, no, it was terrible. It was awful. I still get pain pangs. They're almost like hunger pangs. You don't really expect them, but I'll be doing something, or I'll hear something that reminds me of my mom, and it'll just be like a pain. It'll be like a sharp pain in the gut, and it reminds me of just how awful what she went through was. And yeah, it's just, I mean, I love her more than anything, and to have seen somebody who you love so much go through that and to be so helpless, yeah, it's just terrible. So that's why prevention and helping kind of shepherd people towards a healthier life is so important to me, because health is the most important thing that there is, really. There's like this saying, I forget who said it, but it's like, a healthy person has 1,000 dreams. A sick person only has one dream. And it's not just the sick person who has just one dream, but it's the people who are around that sick person. All the success, whatever, like, the fact that Genius Foods did really well, having written a second book. I mean, I would give it all back in a second to have my mom back, and to have her well, like all of it. I would, if there was a genie in a bottle and he said, we can give you your mom back, but you're gonna have to work a 9-to-5 job, like a desk job for the rest of your life, I'd probably, I'd consider that for sure, because it's like the suffering and the trauma was just unbearable. And so, yeah, I wouldn't wish that what she went through onto like my worst enemy.
What is another category of food that you took on in your new cookbook? Link is in the show notes for everybody who's listening. What's a category of foods that you wrote about where maybe you have a little bit of a different take than some of the common thought process or trends that are out there when it comes to that category?
Oh man, there's so many. I mean, I talk about salt quite a bit.
Let's talk about salt.
Yeah, I think salt's really important. The vast majority of sodium that your average American consumes comes from restaurant food, fast food, and ultra processed foods, and also canned foods. And I think that the reason for that is, well, there are a few reasons, but when you make a shelf stable food, you're losing some of the taste condoning qualities of volatile organic compounds that are best when fresh. One of the reasons why fresh food tends to be so much tastier than preserved food, canned food. And so to compensate, manufacturers will often add sodium to these products. And I mean, I think that that's a big problem. We tend not to underconsume sodium. Most Americans are consuming lots and lots of sodium, but only because they're consuming lots and lots of these ultra-processed products. But when you take those products out, it's important to realize that only 11% of the sodium that people consume every day come from their own salt shakers, come from the salt that they add to recipes that they're making, for example. And so for people who are working to optimize their diets, which I know is a significant portion of the people who listen to this show, it becomes then a question of like, where are you getting your salt from? Because sodium is a macro mineral. We need it for good health. Especially, as you get older, a lot of older adults suffer from hyponatremia. They're not getting enough sodium. And sodium is really important for nerve signal transduction, really important for maintaining healthy blood volume. If you sweat regularly, which I do because I love using saunas, I exercise fairly regularly, you need to actually increase the amount of sodium that you're consuming. Also, if you are on a low carbohydrate diet, you tend to require more sodium. A lot of people that are transitioning to a low carb diet for the first time will experience what's called the low carb flu, which can be mitigated by including more sodium into one's diet. So I think that salt is a really important, well, sodium is an important nutrient. And then from a culinary standpoint, I think salt is just, it's the easiest way to take an ingredient and turn it into food. You know what I'm saying? Like if you have a ribeye, for example, it's not a steak until you add salt to it. It's when you have vegetables, some of the incredibly healthful, life-supportive vegetables in the produce section of the supermarket. If you're not adding salt and seasoning those vegetables well, you're not going to be able to convince your kids to eat them. you're not going to enjoy eating them. I actually think, this is my own hypothesis, but this is one of the reasons why so many people are now adopting these carnivore diets, because these are people who, as children, just didn't have well seasoned vegetables. And I was lucky. I grew up. My mother was really good. I mean, she loved seasoning vegetables. She would throw salt, garlic, pepper. Um, we didn't use a lot of butter in my house growing up because my mom, she was big on the vegetable oil and the margarines and stuff like that because she was actually afraid of heart disease. So I grew up eating um, those kinds of fake fats. But but yeah, I mean, I think salt is an incredibly important um, culinary staple to elevate the quality of your food. In the book, I talk about the different kinds of salt. You have fine salt, coarse salt, and flake salt. Flake salt to me is something that if you don't have it in your kitchen, it's one of the easiest ways to elevate the quality of your food to restaurant quality. It's super inexpensive, but just finishing your dishes with a little bit of flake salt to me is like one of the best finishing moves to impress guests, friends, family. It's really, really, really important. Um, so yeah, sodium was one of those things that I think people misunderstand. There's been a number of studies that have come out showing that sodium's impact. So with regard to the health aspect of sodium, there is a small portion of the population that is sodium sensitive. Those people tend to be in the minority. I bet I think it's about 25%. Um, Obviously, people with hypertension, the proportion is going to be a bit higher. But most people are not responsive to sodium from the standpoint of their blood pressure, and I think that's really really important. That for most people, sodium doesn't really have an impact in terms of your blood pressure. Other things do. So we were talking about added sugar.
Right.
Added sugar plays a huge role in, I think, the hypertension epidemic. There was one study that found that one single sugar sweetened beverage raised uh, subjects' systolic blood pressure for 2 hours after ingestion. And it was actually the same amount of sugar in that beverage as people are consuming all day, every day on average.
Even fructose, like just straight up fruit juice, just straight up orange juice. If somebody's starting every morning off with orange juice, we had Dr. Richard Johnson on the podcast, and he's got a new book out, and he was the researcher that um, really understood the link between uric acid and why it got so important, and led to David Perlmutter's book and other people's books that are out there. He's done a lot of studies and in the space of hypertension, and originally, of course, talking about concentrated salt being an issue for people. And again, putting in the caveat that most of it's going to come from the food that we get outside, the processed food, the restaurants, the other stuff, people that add salt to it. But he actually found and ended up going, because he's a nephrologist, kidney doctor. He ended up going from just salt to now looking at when you have concentrated forms of fructose, how that impacts hypertension in patients, and was able to, with concentrated sorts of fructose in mice, and later seeing in observational studies with human beings, that you can induce high blood pressure just by giving people like strong amounts of fructose in their diet.
Wow. Yeah, it's not surprising when you feed somebody a huge bolus of sugar. It stimulates their sympathetic nervous system, which is like their fight or flight response, which is like your blood pressure increases. So I think that's a bigger problem, and obviously refined grains play a role there as well, because refined grains break down almost instantly to sugar, whether or not it appears like sugar. It biologically is no different. And so with regard to sodium, I think it's the hype is the danger signal is definitely overblown. Now, the consumption of potassium also plays a role in helping balance out the effect that sodium has on your blood pressure. So making sure that you're eating a healthy diet. I think researchers believe that we used to consume about 4 times as much potassium as hunter-gatherers as we do now. And potassium could be found in fruits and vegetables are loaded with potassium, but also most people aren't aware, but wild salmon and beef are actually very good sources of potassium. Much higher in terms of their potassium content than their natural sodium content. So making sure that you're getting potassium on a daily basis, I think is really helpful. And again, cutting out the ultra processed foods, because this advice to stop adding salt to your food is just completely misguided. It's really bad advice, because people they're making their food more bland. They the, some of the most healthy foods in the supermarket are simply not palatable without the addition of salt. And the number one source of dietary sodium in the American diet, you would think that it would be like processed meat or canned foods. It's not. It's bread and rolls. But when was the last time you heard a dietitian tell you to avoid bread and rolls, right? To get your blood pressure in check. You'll never hear that, right? They say limit your salt intake. And so what do most people do? They shun the salt shaker.
Mm,
It's so misguided. It's so backwards.
so backwards. On the topic of like ultra processed foods, there's also the component of just eating just throughout the day, literally morning to evening, eating just all the time. Grazing all the time, eating all the time, just continuously eating. Where does fasting play in for you, and what do you follow? And do you ever go about longer periods of a fast to give your system a break?
Yeah, really good question. I generally do a sort of mild intermittent fasting, I guess, protocol where I try not to eat for the first 2 hours of my morning, with the exception of, I guess, coffee in there, electrolytes, maybe some heavy cream now in my coffee. Uh, and heavy cream is fine. Coffee and cream both technically break a fast, but the cream has no protein, no sugar in it. So it's some of the mechanisms that some of the strings that we're attempting to pull with fasting, like prolonged mTOR inhibition or spending more time in a low insulin state. Heavy cream, coffee are not going to perturb that. So I don't really consider either of those as breaking my fast, so to speak. But when it comes to food, I generally will have my first meal of the day at about 10:30 to 11:30 every day, depending on sort of what my circumstances allow. I generally like to go into meetings and if I have to give a presentation, I like to do that in a fasted state, just because I feel more alert. I also like to exercise while fasted. That's just my personal preference. So I'll typically work out in the morning, and then right after that, I'll go and I'll get I'll break my fast with my first meal of the day. And generally, I'm prioritizing protein. This concept of an anabolic window has been sort of debunked over the past couple of years. But if you're in a fasted state and you exercise, you do really want to make sure that you're getting protein, like a good 30 to 40 grams of protein soon after your workout. And so that's generally what I'll do. So I'll go and I'll optimize for protein, have some grilled veggies, maybe a salad, which is what I had today. And then at the latter end of the day, I try to curtail my food consumption to 2 to 3 hours before bed, sometimes longer, but it's just impractical for me because I enjoy having dinner with my brothers, friends, whenever I have the opportunity. So I think being social is really important. And if we're being dogmatic about fasting and we're foregoing social opportunities, I don't think that we're doing it. I don't think that's it, But I do try to curtail my food consumption to 2 to 3 hours before bed. The research that I've seen that seems to be coming out, and granted, these are small studies and they primarily utilize men, so they're not done typically in women, unfortunately, especially premenopausal women. They tend to use postmenopausal women so they can control for, the monthly rhythm and stuff like that. So, but with the research that has been done, clinical trials that have been done, we can see that even when controlling for calories, so even when not trying to push these subjects into a calorie deficit so that they lose weight, we still see that there's an improvement in various cardiometabolic features like blood glucose regulation, blood pressure, and the like. So from that standpoint, I think it's good to eat an earlier dinner from the standpoint of metabolic health. From the standpoint of weight loss, I think some people wield intermittent fasting as like this miracle weight loss formula. I don't think it's that. I think it can provide a means of controlling calories, which for some people it's going to be very effective and very helpful. So by curtailing your food consumption to 8 to 10 to 12 hours a day, which, by the way, most Americans are consuming the full 16 hours that they're awake. From the moment they wake up until the moment they go to bed, they're eating, metabolizing some kind of food, right? But what circadian biology is showing us is that aside from the calorie control aspect of it, we seem to see an improvement in various cardiometabolic um, features when we curtail our food consumption. Also, from the standpoint of brain health, I think it's useful. The grandfather of intermittent fasting may as well be Mark Mattson, who is a researcher at the NIH who, for at least a decade at this point, has been showing us the potential brain benefits that come from fasting, such as an increase in BDNF, brain-derived neurotrophic factor, which is sort of like a miracle grow protein for the brain. I don't know if that has necessarily been elucidated in humans yet, but every prevention-minded neurologist that I've spoken to with their patients tends to integrate some kind of intermittent fasting protocol. Um, so yeah, that's typically what I do. Um, and I think circadian biology is there's not a single organ system that's not affected by circadian rhythms in one sense or another. And our eyes are the master time setter for our body because they interact with what's called the suprachiasmatic nucleus in our hypothalamus, which is again it's sort of like the Big Ben of our genome. Um, but food plays a role too in activating what are called peripheral clocks. And so we're diurnal creatures. We're meant to eat during the day. So that's why I think it's important to curtail your food consumption until to a few hours before you go to sleep. Also, for people suffering with digestive discomfort, this is something that I discovered and wrote about in Genius Kitchen, which I wasn't familiar with before writing the book, but the migrating motor complex, which is this system that gets going after 90 minutes of not eating, that basically serves as a housekeeping wave that flushes debris, bacteria, dead epithelial cells from your stomach, all the way down to the end of your small intestine. It's a great way to help prevent or even possibly treat SIBO by just not eating, by not snacking too much. And so, after I discovered that sort of phenomena, it was reason enough for me to think twice before snacking in between meals. So now, generally, I'll eat when I break my fast in the morning. I'll eat before I go to bed. Maybe I'll have a piece of fresh fruit and a protein shake or a cup of Greek yogurt sort of midday. But I now try, and I don't always succeed. I don't think that you have to do this every day, but I try to go about 4 hours in between meals and snacks.
That's great. It's always nice when somebody walks you through just their approach. Again, that doesn't mean that's going to be yours, but it becomes a little bit more realistic. And you're like, okay, great, I could do this. I could try this, and I could see if it works for me. While we start to wind down towards the time that we have over here, I want to go back to that post that I had referenced. We're interweaving why do I feel shitty all the time on top of the pack of the new book, and kind of highlighting out different things in both sides that contribute to people not feeling great and what we do to optimize. So I want to shift off of food topics for a second, and I'm going to read you back out the list and give me a couple of those that you might just want to go through a quick rant on. Okay? How's that sound?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, so we talked about ultra processed foods. That was number one. Zero exercise, sitting all day, poor posture, too much alcohol. We talked about the caffeine one, too much caffeine. Sun plus nature deprived, crappy sleep, and overuse, I'm guessing, of social media. You just have social media, but I'm guessing you mean overuse of social media. Give me one of those that you might want to toss out a little rant on.
Oh man, well, I think sitting all day is a big problem. When you're sedentary for an extended period of time, blood literally drains from your brain. I mean, just think about it that way. Like you're sitting, your brain is at the top of your body, right? Blood literally drains, and by just integrating a little bit of movement, you help reperfuse the brain for all intents and purposes. And all it takes is just a few minutes of walking around. If you're stuck at a desk, for every half an hour of seated time, go up and walk around for 2 minutes. That's literally all it takes. I tend to find myself prone to headaches when I'm sitting for an extended period of time. But we know that the brain thrives when the body is moving, um, and that it suffers when we're sitting all day. I mean, it's like blood. Our bodies literally serve, in effect, as a pump to get blood up to the brain. Right? I mean, yeah, we have our heart, but the brain is affected by what goes on down below. There was a really interesting study that came out a few years ago. It was fascinating that found that just being underwater with your head out, that the pressure that being underwater puts on your body increased cerebral perfusion by about 14% or something like that. So movement is so key, right? And I think that's one of the major reasons why people tend to feel crappy today is that they're just overly sedentary. I mean, we know that when you exercise, and by the way, there are different kinds of movement. There's exercise, which underneath the umbrella of exercise, you've got your anaerobic and your aerobic exercise, which we could break apart. But then non-exercise physical activity, I think, is probably the most important because it's just the daily movements that we do all day that we don't necessarily count as exercise, but that plays such a huge role in terms of fostering metabolic health, keeping fresh blood, oxygen, nutrients flowing up to the brain. And that can be anything from dancing to taking the stairs to going on a walk to, I mean, technically even tapping your foot is non-exercise. Fidgeting, for example, is non-exercise physical activity. Doing chores around the house, laundry, chasing your cat, which I do, sometimes. All of these play an important role. And then exercise, we know, anaerobic exercise, whether it's weight training or high intensity interval training, really important for gaining, for correcting metabolic illness, for becoming more resilient, for improving cardiorespiratory fitness, which is all so related to living a longer life with greater health span. Aerobic exercise for, again, cardiorespiratory fitness plays an important role in reducing risk of early mortality. So yeah, being as active as you can, right? And for me, my level of high intensity, quote unquote, exercise can be different from yours, right? Because I've been working out, for example, my whole life. I don't necessarily look like it, but I've been working out for 25 years at this point. So what's high intensity for me is going to be different than what it is for you. So we can't compare, from individual to individual and make those sorts of comparisons. But as long as you're giving it your best, and doing the best that you can for you, given your fitness levels, given your age, given your ability, whatever constructs and constraints that you have in your life, you have to do that. Because that's, when it comes to the brain, exercise is medicine.
Well said. All right, a couple of random thoughts that I want to get your thoughts on.
Let's do it.
Okay. The world of nutrition can be kind of confusing for a lot of people. And you do a good job on your Instagram. If you're not following Max on Instagram, please check him out. Even if you're completely opposed to social media, just sign up and, check out his post because I think you do a really good job of just breaking things down. And you tackle a lot of topics where one group or another might have very strong opinions on it.
Yeah.
Like people telling individuals to be fruit phobic and talking about why we should not fear having a whole piece of fruit and regularly having fruit in our, diet, or people attacking things like eggs or, whatever. You do a really good job about it.
Thank you. Means a lot coming from you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. So one of the things is it's very easy to get attention for a very strongly held opinion, whatever that might be. So I had an idea, which was, I want to start a nonprofit, fund it a little bit. And if anybody writes about nutrition or is advocating one particular diet, and actually you don't advocate a particular diet, but it really feels like this is the right way to approach things. Every quarter, they have to have, through a third party, their labs uploaded into the system, vetted, it's by a third party. And again, just like if you're going to have strong opinions on how other people should be, you should be part of the open source database of being able to look at everybody's labs and track them over a period of time. What are the good things about that? What are the bad things about that?
Oh man. Well, nobody's going to do it for one, but I kind of respect, well, actually, I don't know about that because some of the carnivore guys have been pretty transparent about their labs.
No,
right?
there are people that are out there that have done it.
Yeah.
I just don't think everybody's done it.
Right. Not everybody's done it. I think that we would then start to argue about like what's better, what's optimal versus what's not. Right. I mean, you'll have vegans showing their labs and maybe their LDL levels are on the floor, and then you've got carnivores and their LDL levels are maybe higher. I'm sure that both will be in pristine metabolic health otherwise, but then
and maybe I think there's a lot of people. It's just human nature. I think there's a lot of people that talk about getting rich who may not actually have a lot of wealth themselves. There's a lot of people who talk about kindness who may not be the kindness to their own family members that are there. I think it's human nature to talk about something and maybe not always do something. So just wanted to toss that in.
Yeah. I mean, I would share my labs with people.
So you're game, you're in.
I'd be in. Yeah. There's this call for nutrition researchers to disclose in nutrition papers what diets they adhere to in terms of the research.
Right.
Because we know, as I mentioned earlier, people tend to make their diets their identities. If you're reading a nutrition paper and it seems to point to poor health outcomes due to animal product consumption, right? And the authors of the paper are all vegan, and maybe some of them have authored vegan diet books. Wouldn't you think that would be important to know when when a clinician is reading that paper? Absolutely, but they don't do that. I mean, they'll disclose diet books usually and things like that, but they don't disclose their diet proclivities personally. So I think that's important. So yeah, going back to your question, I think it could potentially be useful. Although, yeah, I mean, I just don't know. I think that there are still too many unanswered questions, like that people who are like you, inquisitive, and like me, that are aware of that, right? That might be able to interpret that data with a more open mind. Some, for example, in the plant-based community, still might see somebody like Sean Baker's LDL levels and be like, oh, he's on the fast track to having a heart attack, and that might support their confirmation bias. So I still worry about that the problems with interpreting that data were it to get out there and see a wider audience.
Fair enough. All right. Yeah. Well, I'll keep you posted if I end up doing it.
Are you serious? That's a cool idea. That's a good question. I'm serious.
Because I also know too, I've changed my mind over the years.
Yeah.
I've changed how I eat. I was a grown-up vegetarian. I went vegan. My acne cleared up like a miracle. And I thought, oh my gosh, this is the fucking answer.
Yeah.
And I just kept on that path until I started feeling like my brain wasn't working as good as it was. And I just felt, my digestion, which was great for a long time, started acting up again towards the end when I was eating a lot of quinoa and brown rice and these other types of foods in my diet, and then found out the world of functional medicine, connected with some great doctors, ran my omega quant test, so still like one of my top tests for anybody, you could do at home and look at your omega-6 to omega-3 to omega-6 ratio. Mine was completely off.
Wow.
And I was like, I think I got to start eating fish.
Mm.
And I felt better within weeks. And I felt like my brain just turned on again. And I also cut out a lot of grains at the same time. So that played a role too. So I just know that I've changed my mind over a period of time. And I think that this goes to my second question, in this world that we live in, well, it's a statement rather, and I want your hot take on it. In this world that we live in, polarization often gets a bad rap, right? Like things are so polarized on social media and other things like that. And I'm not going to say that polarization is, there are parts of it, especially when it comes with unkindness, accusations, whatever it might be. But largely, I think polarization, a lot of different opinions and people doing a lot of different things, I think it's actually a good thing. And I think the good thing that comes from that is that people are all trying to share and put out their idea of what they feel is the best way possible. And I think it's access to more information that kind of sifts through it. And by the way, there's no going backwards. Like, what is the answer to polarization? Everybody has the same opinion and looks at things the same exact way. So you have a hot take on that from the world of nutrition or even broader than that?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I know that my first my on-ramp to the health and wellness world was before my mom. It was like books, right? Like written for the lay audience. Like diet books are not meant for an academic audience. And so that was my on-ramp. And then you kind of learn the more the more you marinate in the wellness world, you realize that people are just kind of, we have nutrition data, but nutrition science is really hard to do. And it's left a lot of unanswered questions. And so it's left room, I think, for the better, for people to come and put their sort of spin on things, right? To lend a bit of philosophy to the conversation, right? Like I have like the data when it comes to nutrition, right? But I also am guided by my philosophy of what it means to eat properly today, and the kinds of companies that I want to support with my dollar, right? So I know that, for example, Dr. Hyman has a philosophy that permeates his work. Dr. Gundry has a philosophy that permeates his work. A lot of physicians do that have written books. And I think that the plurality of voices, I'm grateful for it. I think that it's a net positive. It's just more tools, more information, more points of entry and access for your average person to engage with these topics. And then hopefully, I know that Dr. Hyman does it so well, but hopefully prominent voices are responsible enough to then implore their audiences to do their own kind of inquiry and to iterate and to tinker. I know that one of my favorite passages of Genius Foods, which was my first book, is actually the closing thoughts, little couple of paragraphs that I wrote at the end of the book, final thoughts, where I talk about the fact that like this is everything that I believe to be true, but ultimately science is evolving, right? It's not this end all be all indicator of truth, right? It's a process of asking questions and finding answers. And what we accept to be true today might be disproven 5 years from now. So, I think that people really need to. I think it's great that we have all these different voices out there, and that some are polarizing, some are not. As long as we can communicate respectfully with one another and with an open mind and be kind to one another, I think that public health as a whole is going to benefit. There are some people in the space, unfortunately, that I see as being the bad apples, who are polarizing, but then they're also vitriolic and they're abrasive, and I don't appreciate those personalities.
Kindness and respect. That has to be the foundation.
The foundation. Yeah. That's something that you exude. You exude both of those qualities. And that's why I think you're so great at what you do, among many other reasons. I'm so glad that your brain is now working at 100% capacity, because we need your brain, Drew.
And we need all the brains of the people that are listening as well.
Yeah.
Brother, 2 recipes from the new book that you think are going to be, hits for the audience. Just talk about them, and then let's chat about how people can find the book but give us two recipes that you think that really stand out.
2 recipes. Well, okay. So one of my favorite recipes in the book is a plant-based, because I do actually have some plant-based recipes in the book. It's a plant-based mac and cheese using carrot noodles. It's really good. So it's a carrot noodle. We use like a spiralizer based vegan mac and cheese. So there's no dairy in it. And it's just really damn tasty, like really savory and delicious.
Wow. And what's like the base of the cheese? Is it like nuts?
It's a nutritional yeast based cheese. And then we've got some, I utilize nuts in the book. It's really good. It actually reminds me of another one of my favorite recipes is a Brazil nut pesto with kelp noodles. So I'm a huge fan of pesto, which is usually made with pine nuts, and pesto is usually also placed on like pasta, like wheat based pasta. but this is actually a recipe that I created. It's out of this world delicious, but it also purposefully supports thyroid health. Kelp noodles are an amazing source of iodine, and Brazil nuts are one of the top sources of selenium.
Mm.
So it's like the best pesto you've ever had, which you can use on anything. But this recipe, we combine it with kelp noodles, and it's just really good. I mean, it charges you up. It just like charges your body up, especially for people that don't regularly consume selenium and iodine, which are important nutrients for thyroid hormone production. So there's that. There's a few different like quote unquote pasta dishes in the book. The whole book is gluten free, grain free, minimal dairy in the book. Although I do utilize in a handful of recipes some ghee, butter, just for the flavor profile. There's another recipe in the book. Sorry, I'm like you asked for two, but there's a bacalhau recipe. Bacalhau. Have you ever had bacalhau? It's a Portuguese dish.
No, I have not.
Yeah, it's salted codfish. It's amazing. It's actually it's probably my favorite recipe in the book because it's a recipe that my mom used to make for me.
Mm.
And we're not Portuguese, but for some reason, my mom got into making this recipe for me. And I'm the only person in my family that ate fish. So she would make it expressly for me.
Mm.
And I would just like go to town on it. I would love when she would make this for me. So freaking good. And very, all healthy fats, and bacalhau is salted codfish. It can easily be found at most supermarkets, and it's flaky and salty and loaded with protein, so delicious. And then there's like a dessert. There's a bunch of desserts, but in particular, I have this dessert dish that is it's dark chocolate covered fresh blueberries. So I show people how to basically melt down chocolate, and you go and you get fresh blueberries from the store. I had never had these before. Like this is an OG recipe from the Genius Kitchen, but it combines two of my favorite Genius foods, blueberries and dark chocolate, and really easy to make. Takes about 20 minutes to make. It actually takes less than that. It takes 2 minutes to make, but you then
Heat the chocolate down.
you heat the chocolate, and then you have to put them in the fridge, and they come out. Kids love them. They're amazing. I've tested the recipe with some friends that have kids, and yeah, it was a staple for me. I mean, I was like going overboard. Probably, I was eating it like I was making this thing like every day. My brothers would come over, my friends would come over. They'd want these like chocolate covered blueberries because the blueberries explode in your mouth, right? But then they're underneath this like hard dark chocolate shell. So tasty.
I love it, man.
Yeah,
Those are great.
Compounds that are in these plastic products are not inert. So whether it's BPA or its chemically similar sibling BPS or BPF, which manufacturers are now starting to replace BPA with, just because consumers have become aware of BPA, but there's no reason to expect them to be any safer. In fact, an expert that I interviewed on the topic used this really elegant phrase that I thought was actually kind of funny. It's become sort of like a chemical game of whack-a-mole, where as soon as consumers become aware of like BPA, industry rushes to replace BPA with other compounds, and there's no reason to believe that they're safe. In fact, they're even more treacherous because there's less testing usually done on them. But anyway, these compounds like BPA, one of the reasons why I think people need to be more aware of them is that they act in the body like hormones, essentially. BPA has been known for almost a decade now to possess estrogenic properties in the body. It's known as a xenoestrogen. And it's certain cancers are related to having too much estrogen in the body. For example, breast cancer. Not all of them, not all cancers, but
My mom was diagnosed with a breast cancer that was estrogen based. It was a HER2 positive. She had the gene, and then it was an estrogen based cancer. And 1,000%, the doctors that worked with her, we assembled a team, said, in addition to you having this gene, the other estrogens in your life, we used to always carry things in plastic and other exposures that she had, and just drinking regular milk that has like hormones back in the day, 100% was one of the contributors that was part of it.
yeah, I mean, if you buy a plastic water bottle that's in there, so heat catalyzes the leaching of BPA into food or fluid. But if you buy a water bottle and it's been sitting in the refrigerated section of the supermarket, there's no reason to believe that water bottle has been always refrigerated. In fact, most likely it's been sitting in a truck's heated bed, for months, if not, weeks, if not months.
Or
And
a
so-
warehouse.
Yeah, or a warehouse or what have you. So it's made me very conscientious of avoiding plastic related compounds, and certainly the other thing that I try to achieve in the book, and I hope I've done a good job, is not to unnecessarily fearmonger. I think it's impossible to avoid all of these chemicals. So I mean, the strategy that I advocate in the book is to minimize your exposure to these compounds and to also facilitate your body's own detoxification of them. And so there are a few ways to do that, which we can talk about. But with most toxins that we'll encounter in the environment, there's this notion that the dose makes the poison. And what that essentially means is that with an increasing dose, there's increasing toxicity, there's increasing danger. But what's so treacherous about these endocrine disrupting compounds is that many of them can be expected to follow what's called a non-monotonic dose response. So whereas if you take a compound like arsenic, you might actually be okay if there's trace amounts of arsenic in your diet. Anybody who consumes brown rice is consuming, a significant quantity of arsenic, but not enough to be overtly toxic. The problem with these endocrine disrupting compounds is that you might have an overtly toxic effect at a high dose, and then not much of an effect at a moderate dose, and then at a low dose effect, it starts to become biologically active in the body. So it's more like a U-shaped toxicity curve instead of a linear toxicity curve. And what that means is that it's given these chemicals essentially, or the implication is that it's allowed these chemicals to subvert not only scientific scrutiny, because they're so hard to test and therefore predict the effect that they might have in one's body, but it's allowed them to sort of dodge scrutiny from the standpoint of policy and the regulation of industry. And so I think it's...
What's an example of like one of those chemicals that you came across that could fit in that U shape?
So anything that, the Endocrine Disruption Exchange, which is an amazing, it's a organization that I recommend people just be aware of. They're out to raise awareness for the 1,400 endocrine disrupting chemicals that they've sort of highlighted as being present in the environment that a person could be exposed to on a day-to-day basis. Some of them include parabens, which are found in our cosmetics. They're also found in some foods. They're used to prevent the growth of microorganisms. If you look on your food ingredients list or on your cosmetics, anything ending with paraben is going to be a paraben compound. And those have been suspected to possess endocrine disrupting effects. Parabens have also been found in the tumors of breast tumors. And that's not to say that they necessarily caused those tumors, but the fact that they can affect the way that our hormones function and are also found in those tumors, I think, is a red flag. So you want to avoid parabens in your cosmetics, especially because there are now so many great options in our drugstores that are paraben-free. Phthalates are another good example. Phthalates are related to BPA in the fact that they're both plasticizing compounds. Phthalates are usually there to make plastics soft, and BPA makes plastics hard. So you'll find BPA in, plastic furniture, CDs, CD cases, DVDs, and also water bottles.
And you'll find phthalates in things like fragrances.
Yeah.
Because they'll take the molecule that actually gives a smell, they'll wrap it in a phthalate to preserve it in the air. So if a fragrance has longer longevity, it just means it hangs out in the air longer. Well, how do they do that? They coat it in a phthalate.
Yeah, 100%. So you want to avoid phthalates, and I think the easiest way to do that, aside from avoiding plastics, as you mentioned, is to avoid fragrance products. So whether that's dish soap, whether that's laundry soap, hand soap, face wash, cosmetics, anything with a synthetic fragrance. Usually it'll just say fragrances. And that's not to say that it can't have a pleasing smell. You want to opt for things that are fragranced with essential oils generally, which don't have parabens essentially. If they're plant or fruit based oils, then they're usually going to be phthalate free. Or I said parabens before, I meant phthalates. So
follow up question for you.
Yeah.
So I was asking about one area that in the discovery, you knew about plastic water bottles and how they're not like the best and that sort of thing after doing some of the research, because it's always the balance of like, okay, you don't want to fearmonger, but we really know these things do have an effect in our lives. So on a personal level, after you dug into it, what have been some of the implications? Like, you just don't buy plastic bottles anymore? Like, what are some things you were doing before that you don't do anymore?
Yeah, well, I mean, this all became front and center in terms of my consciousness because my mom was inundated on a constant basis with home cleaning products that my mom's home health aides used to essentially sterilize her house on a near consistent basis. And they were not aware of any of this stuff, and certainly I was not as aware of how dangerous they can potentially be. And so my mom was confronted with these kinds of chemicals on a near constant basis. And certainly anytime my mom was in a hospital or anything like that, I mean, they're using these kinds of chemicals. In my own personal life, yeah, I've stopped buying anything with artificial fragrances. And now when I drink any kind of beverage, with the exception of when I'm desperate for something to drink, you know, like if I'm traveling and I don't have any other option, I'll buy, you know, I'm human, I'll buy a plastic, you know, water bottle. But for the most part, I'm drinking out of glass, and I'm doing things that help facilitate my body's excretion of these compounds, which I think not many people are doing at the end of the day. These compounds, some of them don't linger in the body very long. You just have to give your body a chance to excrete them. Which is the case for BPA and phthalates. Other compounds like per and polyfluorinated poly and perfluoroalkylated substances, or PFAS substances, actually can linger in the body for much longer. And so, you know, compounds like that become more treacherous. Those are used to make products waterproof. For example, PFOA, which is a compound used to create Teflon. Those are like, they've been called forever compounds because they linger in the body for years, if not decades.
Crazy story. Just this past week, there's an article about a startup that is making period-proof underwear, and how part of the way that they make the underwear, like stain-proof and other things like that, is the researchers were saying that they could have coated it with these PFOAs.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a little bit of a debate between the company and the researchers of, is it in it, is it not in it? But one of the interesting things is that women's lady parts are highly absorbent. They're designed to be absorbent and that sort of thing. They soak it in. So you have those chemicals touching that region of the body. They can quickly bypass what would typically be the way that we would digest or ingest things through our mouth, and get directly absorbed right into the system. Just another example of how wary everybody has to be about these chemicals in all aspects of our life.
Yeah, I mean, the approach that I take is that these kinds of compounds and you know, miracle formulas that, you know, pop up on the market, and, you know, we're just supposed to embrace that they're somehow going to be benign for our health. We should consider them guilty until proven innocent. You know, I think for the justice system, innocent until proven guilty is, you know, it's essential. But I think too frequently we assume that these kinds of creations are going to be, you know, similar. And I think that the burden of proof should be on them to prove that they are safe. And oftentimes that's not what you get. Especially for compounds like this, the reason why they don't necessarily have the kind of, they don't fall under the same kind of testing and regulatory scrutiny that a drug or a supplement or a food product might, is because we're not expected to ingest them. But nonetheless, many of these compounds enter our bodies, and as I mentioned, you know, only later are determined to have potentially disastrous consequences. I mean, you can look at sunblocks, for example. I mean, we slather our children in sunblocks every summer, right? Well, recently it was discovered that these sunblocks not only are able to enter circulation, but they do so at a level far higher than the FDA's threshold for toxicological concern. So,
and quickly, within 5 minutes, they enter the bloodstream, and you can see it when you're taking blood on somebody.
And quickly, and chemical sunblocks that are found in, you know, nearly every drugstore sunblock that you purchase, oxybenzone, avobenzone, they possess endocrine disrupting abilities. And as I mentioned, or perhaps I haven't yet, you know, gotten to this, but hormones guide everything in your body, from sexual function to brain function to your predilection for fat storage and fat gain, to appetite, to energy regulation. I mean, it's just, you know, hormones are everything, and they become even more important when you're a child, when you're developing, because any fluctuation in hormones at that age, especially when under the influence of external influence, can have potentially lifelong effects, because hormones guide development. They guide the development of our sex organs. They guide brain development, and so it's just crazy that now we have to look at these with these sunblocks with the eye of scrutiny, and the fact that they've been on the market for so freaking long before this has actually been done. We required, a fairly simple test before now suddenly manufacturers are being asked by the FDA to prove that they're safe, and yet they're still on the market. So it's just crazy to me, like how far we've sort of been able to come as a society, and yet not really kind of do the due diligence that I think many of these chemicals are deserving of, especially when we're confronted with them on a nearly day-to-day basis. In fact, many of them we've been exposed to for the entirety of our lives. I know Dr. Hyman has talked about the fact that the environmental group has identified 287 chemicals in utero that babies are exposed to in the womb, and these are not just like chemicals that are endogenous to the human body. These are like industrial chemicals that are released in the burning of coal, garbage. They have clear links to neurotoxicity, to cancer, to development problems. And so I just think we need to do like a lot better in terms of demanding more from our regulators, and voting with our wallets and avoiding these kinds of compounds, and ultimately arming ourselves with the knowledge.
That's it. And supporting nonprofits that are out there like EWG, who you mentioned.
Yeah.
You find them at ewg.org, who are actually putting in the work and putting out the studies, researching things. They have their database. If you want to find a healthy sunscreen, they have their top recommendations on there. It's called Skin Deep. You can go on their website. So supporting the people to do the work, and especially empowering yourself. For listeners that haven't heard our past 2 interviews, I would love to talk about your mom, why you dedicated this book to her, and how her story has been integral in your story and your story in hers.
Yeah, I mean, thank you for asking. So, I mean, for those who don't know, I began my career as a journalist. I used to work for Al Gore. He had a TV network called Current TV, which, I don't know, for anybody listening, it was around between the years 2005 and 2011. I did that straight out of college, and when I finished up that job, which was a dream job for anybody, in their early 20s to start, and get to really kind of experience the world through the guise of a journalist. I left the job, and I was sort of putting my feelers out to see where I might go with my career at the time. And that's when I began spending more and more time in New York City, which is where I'm from and where my mom lived. And, I had done this on-camera job for so many years that I really relished the opportunity to spend more time in New York, because I was kind of tethered to LA for the majority of that time. And I come from a very small family. I'm very close with my mother. I'm the firstborn child in the family, and it was around that time in 2011 that my mom started to display the earliest symptoms of what would ultimately be diagnosed as a form of dementia. And my mom was 58 years old at the time, and she was a youthful blonde. I only say blonde because, most people think of somebody with dementia as being an old person, somebody with gray hair, wrinkles. My mom was a very youthful, charismatic, spirited woman in the prime of her life, really. And it was shocking for me and my brothers to witness. I would notice that when I was in the kitchen with my mom and we were cooking something together, for example, which was one of my favorite things to do with my mom, that suddenly it had seemed as if her brain power had downshifted. Like we kind of expect the response time in an older adult to be a little bit slower, but certainly not somebody who's in their late 50s. I would cook with my mom and I would ask her to pass something like a spoon or a spice, and it would just take her a few extra beats to register and respond to that command. Enough time where it was disconcerting for me and those around her. We were like, what's going on with my mom? It was almost as if she had suddenly a brain transplant with a much older person. And I didn't really think much of it. I mean, honestly, at the time, I thought that I was just watching my mom get older. But it was on a family trip to Miami when she openly announced to the family that she was having memory problems and that she had sought the help of a neurologist. And that caught us all completely off guard. And actually, we were so were in such disbelief that my mom could be having real symptoms that we actually patronized her. And it's one of the things that I regret most. We didn't believe her. So my dad asked my mom, if you're having memory problems, like what year is it? Tell us the year. And my mom couldn't tell us the year. And me and my brothers were in such disbelief that we kind of prodded at her and we were like, come on, Mom, how can you not know the year? We were like making fun of her almost. And she broke down and started to cry. And that for me was the moment that everything changed. I basically realized at that point that I had to move back from LA to New York permanently to go with my mom to different doctor's appointments and try to get to the root of what was happening with her. And ultimately, her symptoms indicated that there was a neurocognitive disorder, underneath the presentation of symptoms that we were seeing. But then she also had concurrent movement symptoms. So the most well-known movement disorder is Parkinson's disease, which is the second most common neurodegenerative condition. Many people are familiar with Michael J. Fox, for example. He's the most well-known guy with Parkinson's disease. Ultimately, my mom was diagnosed with a rare form of dementia called Lewy body dementia, which for anybody who hasn't heard of it, it's sort of like having Alzheimer's disease and Parkinson's disease at the same time. And it was just a terrible situation. I mean, in every doctor's office, I experienced what I have come to call diagnose and adios. Normally what a doctor will do is, prescribe a drug or tweak the dose of a drug that the patient is already on. But generally these drugs are ineffective. With the exception being Sinemet, which tends to provide symptomatic relief for patients with Parkinson's disease, but that's not so much the case for patients with Lewy body dementia, which actually has more in common with Parkinson's disease than it does Alzheimer's disease. But patients tend to respond less well to Sinemet with that condition, and it has no disease-modifying effect. It's purely, like a biochemical Band-Aid. It improves symptoms. And it just left me disillusioned, as somebody who's always been a fan of medicine, and really kind of like looks up to medicine in the way that I think most people do. I was just shocked at the paucity of viable treatment options for my mom. And so, it was just years that we were slowly watching her get worse and worse and worse. And
that set you on a journey.
Yeah.
Which we've talked about quite extensively,
Yes.
both on a personal, we had you on the podcast to talk about your personal brand and personal journey and how you do all that and incorporate into your work and the story of your mom.
Mm-hmm.
And also in our first interview. So listeners who want to go deep into that, we definitely do. But pick us up from the point of after that.
Yeah.
And what happened from there.
Yeah. So with all of my learnings, I wrote Genius Foods, which was my first book, and that was a book that was sort of a nutritional care manual to the brain. And soon after I wrote Genius Foods, I realized that nutrition is just one part of the puzzle of what it means to have a healthy, optimally functioning brain today. And so I seized the opportunity to then basically, I wrote a proposal for a second book, a lifestyle guide that's going to incorporate the latest research and a more evolved view on nutrition, but also the myriad of other ways that diet and lifestyle can affect brain health and brain function. And it was 3 months after I got the deal to write my new book, The Genius Life, that something really terrible happened with my mom's health. I was in LA for work. It was Labor Day, 2018. And I got a call from my brother. I was with my mom just a few days prior in New York. We had a doctor's appointment. My mom's cognition had seemed to have taken a more marked downward turn, and she had no appetite. But went to a doctor's office with her just a few days prior. Frustratingly unremarkable, just as like any other doctor's visit that I'd been to with my mom. It was just really hard to get a sense of, what was going on. Turns out that while I was in LA, my mom had turned yellow. And, a person can turn yellow. One way would be, consuming too much beta carotene and your skin turns, sort of an orange hue. But another way that your skin would turn yellow is if you become jaundiced, and that's the whites of your eyes also take on that hue. And that's actually what happened to my mom. She had become jaundiced. And that can happen for a number of reasons. Probably the most common is somebody has a gallstone, and that causes bilirubin, which is the pigment that gives stool its color, to back up into the blood. It seeps into the skin, into the whites of the eyes. And usually they go in and they remove the stone. But they were just about to give my mom an MRI of her abdomen, and I hung up the phone with my brother, and I got the first flight I could from LA back to New York, and I immediately went to the emergency room. I was anxious the whole way home. And we were, as soon as I arrived, I think we were minutes away from getting the results of the MRI. They hadn't yet delivered it to my family. And it turns out that what they had found was not a gallstone, but in fact a tumor on the head of my mom's pancreas, and it was pressing into her bile duct, obstructing the flow of this pigment, and that's what had caused her to become jaundiced. So it turns out she had pancreatic cancer, and like the vast majority of cases of pancreatic cancer, by the time at which they had diagnosed it, that Labor Day weekend, there was already evidence of metastasis, meaning it had already seemingly spread to her liver, and it was just awful. I mean, from that moment, my mom was put on hospice, and they projected about 3 months. 3 to 6 months was the window, and 3 months to the day almost, she passed away. And so, yeah, it was awful. It was just a harsh reminder of all those sort of diagnose and adios experiences back when my mom was first diagnosed with a neurodegenerative condition, because there was nothing that medicine could offer my mom with, in terms of the treatment of her cancer either.
And, I've expressed my condolences to you privately, and this is the first time we're talking about it on air, again, expressing my condolences, like how challenging that is. My grandfather had dementia. It's a whole other thing when it's a parent of yours, grandparent. It's still challenging, but not as challenging as a parent. And just all the things that come along with that. Then he ended up getting cancer of like the mouth and had like a big hole in his cheek, and just it's so challenging for the person, for the family. So my heart goes out to you and your brothers and your dad and everybody who went through that. And really, the first book to connect it into that, if I could connect it back to your mom's story and the legacy of what you wanted to talk about, you had already signed a book deal and thought to continue this work, and still flying back and forth. I remember I'd see you all the time going back and forth between here and New York.
Yeah.
Hey, can you hang out this weekend? Oh, I'm going to go see my mom or spend time with my mom, which I just thought, as somebody who's so close to his parents, it's such a beautiful thing. What did it mean now, like besides your own personal grieving process, what did it mean now for the work in your life and what it stood for?
Well, I mean, it just sort of cemented that, trying to understand why this happened to my mom, what ultimately was the cause, that could be to blame for the fact that my mom was stolen from me, has become my life's mission and purpose. And I'll never know exactly what the reason was for my mom having developed these two health, monstrosities, dementia and then cancer, the two most feared conditions among, human beings. But certainly what it made me realize is that the modern world has become toxic in myriad ways. And, I can't point my finger in any one direction. If you look at the food supply has become mangled by any number of industrial processes. We're inundated on a daily basis with chemicals that disrupt the way that our hormones function. And I'm not just afraid of all chemicals, or saying that, that anything that we can't pronounce is worthy of skepticism necessarily. But there had to have been something that changed in between my mother's generation and my grandmother's, because my grandmother on my maternal side lived to 96, and she was healthy until the end. So she lived a very long time. She had a very long health span. And my mom, who obviously has a huge genetic overlap with her mother, was so sick and so frail. And so it's led me to wonder whether or not my mom was sort of the canary in the coal mine for the Western way of life. And those are kind of the ideas that I explore in The Genius Life, is looking at all the different ways in which the modern world is putting our bodies under assault on a near constant basis. I mean, I talk in the book about endocrine disrupting chemicals and heavy metals and other compounds that are in the environment that are worthy of criticism. And if you look historically, I mean, there are so many instances where a newfangled product, whether it's a supplement or a medicine or some kind of industrial chemical, has been foisted into the marketplace, only later to be realized as having disastrous consequences. I mean, it's lead-based paint, it's asbestos in our building insulation, environment-destroying pesticides. And so, my mom was sort of like at the receiving end of, I think, much of where this has sort of occurred throughout history, because she didn't really make much of an effort to learn about health and nutrition and healthy living. She was just your average person.
Yeah, who was being marketed to that these things are safe. It's all about convenience. The chemical revolution.
Yeah.
Plastics will make us better, healthier, make our lives easier, especially for women who traditionally, especially in 50s, 60s, 70s, the ones that are primarily taking care of the household. And that layered on top of another very important idea that you talk about in your first book and in your podcast, and guests of this podcast have talked about, is that when you discuss diagnose and adios, it's like maybe there isn't one root or one thing that caused your mom to have which one of the disease you want to pick. Maybe it was a bunch of things that were there, and often those things, the first sign of them can be traced back years prior to the diagnosis of us heading down the pathway.
Yeah, I think it's the overall, I like to call it the burden of toxicity. I mean, it's not just the food. It's the food layered on top of the, polluted air that we breathe, layered on top of the chronic exposure to ambient noise pollution, which we know is related in many ways to metabolic health, levels of inflammation and things, and even potentially heart disease because of its effect on stress levels. It's heavy metal overexposure. It's the exposure to compounds like phthalates and BPA, which are these plastic compounds that you mentioned. And the body is adept at defending itself against one or maybe a few of these kinds of insults, but you layer it one on top of another, and it overwhelms our body's defense forces. And so I think that probably plays a role. I mean, when you look at stress, there's this concept, and I actually became enamored with this idea, and I write about it in the book, of allostatic load. So your body exists in a state of homeostasis, balance. And whenever you get thrust out of balance, the steps that your body needs to take to regain that sense of balance is called allostasis. And we all have a sort of a maximal capacity of stimuli that we can respond to before you take allostatic load, which is the sum number of things that our bodies need to contend with, and it becomes allostatic overload. And allostatic overload leads to burnout. It leads to feeling overly stressed out, and it leads to illness and disease. And so I think that it's probably not a stretch of the imagination to say that many of us are living in a state of allostatic overload. And I think it's a problem, whether it's chronic stress, people not sleeping as much as they ought to. The fact that our diets now are 60% comprised of what we call ultra-processed foods, grain and seed oils, which we know are toxic to the brain, or I should say certain grain and seed oils are toxic to the brain, and over-reliance on refined carbohydrates and grain products. It all sort of adds up. So you can't really point a finger in any one direction, because these kinds of conditions that we're talking about, heart disease, cancer, Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson's disease, they're multifactorial conditions. But I think when you take them all in aggregate and you throw them at your average person who's not really exercising, who's eating kind of a suboptimal diet, who's stressed out and not getting enough sleep, then what you get is dis-ease.
I want to talk a little bit about your background. Before you were writing, I kind of hinted to it earlier, give us a little bit of an idea. Before you were writing books, before you had a #1 podcast, and before you were Max, who's Max now, what were you up to in your life?
Yeah.
And what was happening?
Yeah, I mean, I'd always had a passion for health and nutrition, and I thought when I got to college that I wanted to go into medicine. So I actually started college on a pre-med track, and I was a biology major. And truth be told, my performance in academia was never stellar. I always kind of struggled with getting good grades, and I was a big procrastinator, but I always went deep on the topics that I was passionate about. So for as long as I can remember, I'd always been really interested in health and fitness. And in high school, it began with a fascination about sports supplements. I actually wrote like my senior high school thesis on creatine monohydrate, which is a very popular workout supplement. And I was an early adopter for various dietary philosophies. I read a book, a pretty technical book back in high school on the ketogenic diet, written by a guy named Lyle McDonald, who I think is still out there putting out books. But I've always been very interested in health and nutrition, but I struggled in aspects of my executive function, which involves planning, decision making, and in my particular case, it was focus and attention. Like I just
and going back to what you said earlier, was that just on topics that you were not interested in?
Yes. Yeah.
You were like, okay, why the fuck do I have to learn about X, Y, or Z? When is that going to be useful?
Yeah. So, I mean, the way that my brain works is very much like a light switch. Like I'm either obsessively fixated on a given topic or I'm not interested at all. And I barely have even a cursory knowledge. So, I mean, if you put me at a table and the topic of conversation is, for example, nutrition, I will have a lot to say. But if I'm seated at a table and people are discussing politics, for example, I'm the quiet one at the table. So I'm very much a site-specific, I would say, extrovert. Like I become really sort of passionate and extroverted, and I'm opinionated about certain things. But then on topics of sports or like even world history, I just like my brain doesn't. Like I'm just not able to tune in as well as I think your average person.
And I think one of the challenges is that school and the way that it was designed, coming out of like the industrial, complex, it's like it was designed to make everybody a generalist.
100%.
Even university is for the most part, you don't even really start to get into the subjects that you're being trained for until much later on, like your third or fourth year, maybe even the second half of your third year. So being a generalist it's great for some people. But a lot of people who especially can go deep into certain topics, it just bores them out of their mind.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, going through the typical cookie cutter educational paradigm, I mean, I was very, there was this disparity because teachers always loved me no matter what the subject was, because I've always been passionately curious. I think that's actually one of my top strengths or talents, whatever you want to call it. I'm just a very curious person. I'm a compulsive Googler. When something piques my curiosity, I'm like the person on the table is on their phone, and it's not that I'm refreshing my Instagram. I'm actually like Googling whether it's like word meanings or even scientific papers. And I think teachers were able to get that from me. I would always ask questions. And even though I wasn't able to turn in my, homework on time and I never studied for tests, teachers always loved me. So I had this kind of weird relationship with school where I very much appreciated my teachers and learning, but I just didn't, my grades were always kind of like not super great. So, and yet I was always in the gifted program. I was always in the honors program. So I always had this like intellectual potential. And the one thing that teachers would always write on my report card year after year was, Max has a ton of potential. That's why he's in the gifted program. But he's just not like living up to it. And that's like something that I'd been burdened with for all of my schooling. And so even though when I got to college, I was very passionate about health, science, and medicine, I ultimately didn't think that my happiness was going to be, that I was going to be able to achieve happiness locking myself up in a library and struggling to make the grades that are required to be competitive in medical school. And in tandem with that realization, I set in on a very seductive introductory film course at University of Miami, which is where I went to college. And I was just seduced by the notion of storytelling and creativity and cinema. I've always been sort of an art junkie, whether it's music or film. I've always been very, very passionate about the arts. And that was actually the first time I'd also started to consider myself an artist and a creative person. And so I made the transition out of a pre-med track, and I ended up double majoring in film and psychology. And in terms of my film, I focused on documentary filmmaking. So telling real life stories that I felt were undertold and trying to tell them in a way that was sort of unique and different. So that's what I did in college. I started pre-med, and then I ended up double majoring in documentary filmmaking and psychology.
So I just want to pause there for 1 second. I think there's a lot of people who can relate to, you have a path that you think you're supposed to take.
Mm-hmm.
You thought you're supposed to take this pre-med path.
Yeah.
I'm sure you had family members and people encouraging you and like, wow, that's so exciting. And like the projection of like, oh, you're going to be a doctor one day or whatever else it is. I know being Indian, that's like a big thing in our community for sure. Can you remember the moment that you decided like, okay, this is not for me. I need to tell. And was there any societal pressure of saying, I'm going to go a different way? Like from family, from your mom, from anybody else?
I think what it was, well, I didn't, my mom and dad always encouraged me to follow my bliss, for better or worse.
Very unique.
Very unique. Yeah. But I came from, I come from a background that is, both my parents are Jewish, and in that community, like although neither of my parents were very, as I mentioned, they encouraged me to follow my bliss. There is, I think, like a little bit of pressure. Like you grow up and they want you to, you have to be like successful to some point. And choosing a path like being a doctor or a lawyer, I guess like the preconception is that sort of guarantees you a bit of a financial, stability in terms of your future. And so, but to be totally honest, my dad and mom, they were totally okay with my switching paths.
So you didn't feel like a sense of like, okay, I'm kind of scared to tell people.
No.
You just kind of knew they were going to be open to it.
Yeah.
Which is amazing.
Yeah. I was very blessed. And, I credit I love my mom, and, God bless her. Like, she was a really wonderful parent to have, and my dad too. And I was very lucky. And, University of Miami is not an inexpensive school. And to be able to switch from a pre-med track to studying film, it wasn't even NYU, it's not even like the best film program, but I was at University of Miami, and I was just following my bliss, as Joseph Campbell says, follow your bliss and doors open.
Totally.
But what it was, I think, like that, the realization for me that medical school wasn't going to be the path. I really was actually excelling in science, which makes sense now in retrospect, but I was getting A's in biology, and I had taken a semester of chemistry, and I got an A, and but then I took the second semester of chemistry. I had a professor who was really just like boring, just really bad, just like very monotone and not inspiring. And I think I took it was like a week in that class, and I realized that it wasn't the right path for me, that medical school was basically just going to mean like lots and lots of lectures, like from boring professors and things like that. And that might be a misconception, but lo and behold, many doctors that I know now, they talk about med school as if it's like a gauntlet, like this like torturous thing. And, I'm sure it's not the case for everybody, but I really, like my own happiness mattered to me. I was self-aware enough in college to realize that, not locking myself up in a library and giving up 10 years of my life to studying in such a rigorous way.
Like, what's the final goal? What's the outcome? Where's it going to take you to?
Yeah.
If you're not happy.
Right. And I didn't have like a focus for medicine. Like I didn't know, there was no like specialty that I had in mind. I just knew that I liked health and fitness, but I didn't want to go into sports medicine because I wasn't ever into sports. Right. So, it was sort of like a round peg in a square hole sort of thing. And I just, I was seduced by the film world and like how fun that seemed, and creativity and storytelling. And that's really kind of like what I don't know. It's like, it piqued my interest, and being able to tell stories that I felt could make the world a better place. I mean, that to me was way more in line with where I felt like I wanted to go with the next, the following 10 years of my life.
So fast track is from there. You finish film school.
Yeah.
And at some point in time, your mom, listeners of our past podcasts with you would know that, this journey that kind of started you in the health world is that your mom was diagnosed with dementia. And she recently passed a few months ago. So, I've told you in person, but my heart goes out to your family and everything. And I know how much she meant to you. And I also, by the way, I love the shout outs of you like keeping her memory alive and all the lessons you learned from her that you do online. It's really beautiful to see, as somebody who's very close with his mom. But going back to then, your mom was diagnosed with dementia, and how did those worlds come together? Of you thought, I'm going to start a documentary about my mom's journey.
Yeah.
So when I graduated from college, I just before graduating, I made a documentary that ended up getting the attention of Al Gore's TV network, Current TV. So,
And what was the topic?
it was kind of about my life in Miami. It was trying to reconcile the fact that back then I was very much into, I was kind of into like Eastern schools of spiritual philosophy. I was really into Jiddu Krishnamurti, who's like an author, teacher. I was raised Jewish, as I mentioned, but I've always been, growing up, I was an atheist, but I'd always still believed that it's possible for an atheist to be spiritual. I've always felt, an ability to connect with the transcendent, and I've always had, thoughts that could be described as spiritual, but like, organized religion, I just knew from a very, early age wasn't the right path for me. And I discovered Krishnamurti, who kind of talks about, this notion of truth being a pathless land, that really you can only discover it through self-inquiry and stuff like that. So I was really into that in college. And I, at the same time, was going to school in South Beach, which is a very sort of hedonic place to, to live, certainly. And so I made a documentary trying to sort of reconcile the fact that I was like kind of a spiritual person, like a spiritual seeker, but also I really was enjoying being in this like kind of sensual environment that is Miami. And I felt there was a bit of cognitive dissonance with that because, all spiritual traditions have always said that to attain enlightenment, you have to deny the pleasures of the flesh. You have to like give up and be an ascetic, and move to a mountaintop and meditate for 40, days and like not eat the things you like or have sex or, or have desires. And I just kind of felt it was very much a student film. It was very, it was kind of like a time slice of that cognitive dissonance at the time. But it portrayed me, because I was in front of the camera as well, as being a very passionate storyteller, somebody who was like trying to, who had a strong point of view and who had like dissonance and wanted to sort of change the way things were perceived, in regard to spirituality. And that film that I made as an undergraduate ended up on the desk of the president of programming, who was putting together this TV network under Al Gore's leadership. And they saw me as being basically like the quintessential person that needed to like anchor the network and be a sort of producer at the network.
So a few questions about that, because in a way that was kind of like your first break in a way.
It was,
right?
Yes.
You have somebody who's very well known, former vice president, and a sort of a gatekeeper of sorts, because that was how many years ago?
Yeah, that was 2005.
Yeah, that was kind of like early internet TV news, was Current TV, was a very ambitious project. So set the stage, because there's a lot of people who are listening who DM me and are telling me about their passions or their dreams or goals, or they're a teacher and they love it, but they have this ambition of wanting to also teach for health, or they're a lawyer who's getting paid so much money, but they don't want to do that and they want to do something else that's out there. So set the stage. Were you working at the time?
No, I wasn't working. I was I was an undergraduate, and as an undergraduate I had I had taken a job valeting cars at a hotel in Coconut Grove.
So you were working a little bit on the side.
Yeah, I was working a little bit. Yeah.
To make money?
Yes.
So this was a side project that you were literally doing outside of classes.
It was an independent study, so I had to do a film for class, but I got it. But I took a risk. I would say that it all came down to the fact that I was willing to kind of take a risk and risk being laughed at for these like wild philosophical ideas that I had at the time as an undergraduate, but not only that, put them out into the world. To sort of like not let them live inside, but to manifest out into the corporeal, environment. And not only that, but then to risk potentially being laughed at by sending the fruit of that project.
Or even worse, not like no response at all.
No response, to the powers that be, or were at this TV network.
So I think that's so important, because for everyone, there has to be, at some point in time, if you have something living inside of you, if people don't know what it is, they're not going to give you an opportunity to move forward. You have to produce something. In this instance, you were a film student, but for somebody else, it could be singing. For another person, it could be hosting and putting events together. for somebody who's interested in business, it could be helping somebody else out with their business. You have to have your passion, whatever it might be, you have to put it into some sort of practical application so people can even judge it in some capacity.
Yeah.
And for those that are listening that are like, that feel like they have that thing inside, but it has not shipped yet. You know, there's one of my favorite authors, Seth Godin, he says, real artists ship. Meaning if you're a real artist, you have to eventually send out the work.
Yeah.
What would you say or what advice would you give to them if they have this vision inside for something, whatever it might be, and they have not shipped it yet? They have not put it out there. How can we get over the hurdle?
Yeah. Well, I think it's important to not just like put it out, but you've got to learn a few of the, of the basic tenets of what defines good storytelling. That's really important. You know, I mean, you've got to like, I was a film major. And so like I made this film that ended up with me getting this totally, idyllic job on television, working for Al Gore, yada, yada. But the film didn't just come out of nowhere. I realized that I had a passion for storytelling, and there are certain things that you've got to do,
There's a process.
So there's a process when it comes to telling a good story. And everything that I we can fast forward all the way up until this point, and all of the quote unquote successes that I've had, I think in a huge way, they're owed to good storytelling. I mean, anybody who knows me and my dietary recommendations, they also know my story. It's a story that leads. It has to lead because, there's a lot of information out there. I think like I'm not the first person to talk about the role of nutrition in the brain, right? Like Dr. Hyman, right, wrote a whole book on this topic 10 years ago or whenever that was. But I think once people know your motivation, and that your motivation is pure, it's not pure for everybody, certainly, but for me, my motivation throughout my career has always been to tell meaningful stories that I feel are going to not only make the world a better place and inspire and inform, but that speak to me, and excite me every day, so that when I'm getting out of bed in the morning every day, I'm excited to show up and to put the work in and to refine and to hone and to take criticism, to make the best product that I can so that I can ship.
I think there was two other things in your story. I mean, there's a lot more, but two things that I'm noticing. Number one, because you did it in school, and one advantage you had is there was a deadline.
Yeah.
Right. I think the challenge is sometimes when we have a creative pursuit or something that we want to build, at some point in time, you can keep on tweaking the movie, tweaking it, putting it together, but you have to get it out there at some point in time. And I'm sure even before you sent it to Al Gore and his team, you had to do a presentation for your class because it was an independent study, or at least the professor that would, if you were doing it on your own. So there was a deadline of getting it out there. And I think that's important for any aspect that's there. The other thing that's there is that sometimes, like, again, you were telling a true story to you, and in like, sometimes it's called beginner's luck, right? You didn't know enough. Like you didn't overthink it in a way.
Yeah.
Right? You didn't overthink it in terms of, I don't know, maybe you did. Maybe you did overthink it. Maybe you didn't overthink it. You were following a process, but like, it's like, okay, I don't know what this is going to turn into, but let's just see and let's just try.
Yeah. Well, I definitely remember very distinctly having a little bit of anxiety about it. I was a little scared. I was nervous. And I think you have to lean into that. In every instance where I've been successful, anytime throughout my career, I've always had that same feeling. It's like fear, anxiety, nervousness. How is this going to rub people? And I definitely had it back then. So when I got that job for Current TV, which launched my career, and then there was a nadir, there was a dip, and we can talk about that and how I was able to sort of turn things around and go into health, which is my current track. But to apply to that job to anchor Current TV, they were going around the country and speaking at different universities. I think the initial investors at the time, they were looking for content creators, and so they went around the country and they spoke to thousands of kids. And the application at the time for that job was very much like it to me reminded me of it made me think of like what a real world application must be like, that reality show on MTV. Like we had to fill out like essay questions and, send a resume and then answer some questions to the camera. It was like an audition. And so I did that along with the thousands of other kids throughout the country. I had no I didn't need to send them that documentary that I was working on, but because I was doing it as an independent study, and I felt that it really portrayed who I was better than any essay question or anything, that I had answered on that application. I sent in an email and I was like, "Hey guys, like I know that I sent in this, these questions and whatever, but I made this like independent study project, and I know you didn't ask for it, but like I'd love to send it to you because I feel like it describes me and it showcases my abilities and my talents better than anything that I had filled out." And they said, "Sure, send it in." And the film was like really, it was like an independent study, so it was like rough, and it had me talking about things that are kind of sensitive to most people, right? Like religion and spirituality and sex and art. And that's what my independent study was about as an undergraduate. And I sent it in, and I remember having that fear, like, who knows where this thing is going to end up, like, who's going to be watching it, whatever. But I sent it in, and after they had seen that film, they basically decided not to hire anybody else, but to hire like me and like a small handful of other people to populate the network. But taking that risk and leaning into the fear was one of the best decisions that I'd ever one of the best decisions I'd ever made in my life, because that film ended up with me getting that job. And anytime I've been successful, whether it was doing the Kickstarter project for my documentary Breadhead or writing a book, I could have thought, and I did think, what right does a guy who has no medical schooling have to write a deeply medical nutrition tome for the human brain? But I was like, this is something that I need to freaking write, and I'm going to do everything in my power to write it so that it's accurate, so that it empowers and helps people. And the book ended up being a huge success. When I transitioned a couple of years ago, maybe 2 years ago now, from an Instagram that was just photos of me looking cool, which I think is very common on Instagram. You want to portray yourself in the coolest possible light. I was like, that's not serving my mission of helping inform people. And so I from one day to the next started posting infographics. The nerdiest thing that you go from an Instagram profile that's all like headshots and photos of you looking cool to like posting infographics about the health benefits of avocados and eggs. And, totally not a chick magnet of an Instagram profile, but it was in line with my mission and my purpose. And the minute that I decided to do that and to change up that format on my Instagram exploded.
So you mentioned something earlier, which I think you're touching on this theme of imposter syndrome.
Mm-hmm.
You said, who am I? Somebody who doesn't have a degree in like the sciences or like a medical degree, and has like a journalist background. Like, who am I to go and talk about these health topics?
Mm-hmm.
And I think a lot of people that are out there that can relate, they're passionate about a subject. They want to start sharing more on the topic, but then it's also like, who the heck am I to be able to do this?
Mm-hmm.
Who am I to be able to host a podcast or do this or do that? So what's your recommendation for people who find themselves in that place based on your experiences in your journey? If you're butting heads up against imposter syndrome of, I'm not the right person, I don't have the right background, pedigree, access, so who am I to be able to do it? What's your advice for those people that are going through that?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I don't think that everybody can take the path that I've taken. I think we all bring to the world, a unique set of skills and talents and abilities. And, as I said before, my brain, I get fixated on things, and especially when those things are related to me on a personal level, whether it's, before my mom got sick, it was music. It was my favorite artists, and it was health and fitness because, I was really interested in how growing up, I was sort of shy, and I was a little, I'm not going to say that I was fat, but I was like chubby, and I wasn't into sports. So I became really interested in fitness as a way of sort of strengthening my body and getting a little bit more confidence in my skin. And then when my mom got sick, basically everything else kind of fell to the curb, and I became obsessed with trying to figure out why this would have happened to her. And at that point, I had done, all this work as an investigative journalist on Current TV, and I had learned how to tell a story and how to exploit my media credentials to get people to pay attention to me. And And so that unique skill set and place where I was in my life allowed me the opportunity to reach out to scientists and researchers, and my previous passion for health and science and knowing where to find good quality research allowed me to begin to independently investigate for my own in the primary literature and to do that level of research.
I'm going to interrupt you for 1 second because I'll add something to the imposter syndrome and you talking about this, of like how you navigated that world of using your your skill set that led to this documentary Breadhead. What I've always appreciated about you is that you don't approach, even though your bio says expert, all the bios have to say expert in this or that or whatever. You've always approached things as a journalist. You're just telling a story.
Yeah.
Here's what we know. Here's what we don't know. Whenever I see you give a talk, whether it's at Mind Body Green or somewhere else, you're not pretending to be anything other than you are.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't mean that in any sort of negative way, right? Sometimes people say like, well, I can't talk about health because I'm not a doctor. Well, it's like, okay, if you don't know about these things, maybe you have to research them, maybe you have to learn about them, but take the journalistic approach. Just talk about what's out there, do the research, do the components. You don't have to approach it like an expert. You're just sort of presenting the lay of the land.
Yeah.
At what level that's comfortable and true to you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I think that language is incredibly important when it comes to being a science communicator, like I was at the Dr. Oz show actually like last week, and that we were having the same conversation that one of the producers there came up to me and she was like, it's so cool, Max, that you've been able to sort of create this thing for your, like this career that didn't exist previously. You're like a professional, like truth seeker, And I was like, yeah, that's pretty much what I am. Like, I don't actually ever call myself an expert. I've been called an expert, and I'll admit that like, that I've been called an expert, and I'll use that when I have to for, the right opportunity. But I'm very transparent about what I know, what's within my wheelhouse and what I don't know. And I think that's critically important. It's about being humble and always being willing to challenge your assumptions and your hypotheses and your beliefs, to not be, too tethered to any one idea, because science is continually evolving. And I've been honed by the personal experience of being with my mom, and every time I thought that I had an idea about what I might be able to do to help her, that just being, ending up, being thrown completely out the window. And so it's, I think it's, it's a responsibility that I feel that I have to the truth. And I think that people, I guess like, I get it. And
well, I have a follow-up question for you if I can interrupt. I'm interrupting a lot.
Yeah, no, I like it.
So the follow-up question I have is that, that leads to like, what are some of the ways that sometimes people think finding your voice is this destination that people arrive to. I did this, this, and this, and I found my voice. In my experience, in both working with a lot of creative people and content individuals and that sort of thing, and also my venturing into podcast and putting out my own content, finding your voice is it's kind of like a journey that you're always kind of on until you get a good base. You're like, oh, that's always who I felt I am. So in your experience, how did you find your voice and style of communication? Because there is this consistency between the podcast and the book and you going on the Dr. Oz show and this producer saying, wow, you've created this career for yourself. Like, you've been on the Dr. Oz show more than anybody else that I know.
Yeah.
Right. And I know all of the people that have gone on the Dr. Oz show. So why do Rachel Ray have you on the show regularly to explain things? Why does Dr. Oz have you there? And I think it's, when I look at it from the outside, you have this way of just taking things that seem very complex and just presenting them in a very straightforward way with actionable steps. So how did you find that voice for you?
I just think I'm deeply committed to understanding this topic. And it's not that I'm committed to communicating this topic. It's not that I'm committed to being a public figure that talks about nutrition and brain health. I'm committed to understanding it. And that's because my mom was sick. And it's going to be a life journey for me to try to understand why it was that happened to her. I'm never going to have the answer. But it's also about protecting myself and my loved ones and my future children that I have, to protect them and their health. And so it's a drive that I have to understand deeply to the best of my ability with the knowing that I'm never going to be able to understand the topic in its entirety. Nobody does. Anybody who claims to understand fully how the brain works or fully how nutrition affects the brain, they're lying, because 90% of what we know about Alzheimer's disease, for example, which is the most common form of dementia, we've discovered only in the past 15 years. So, there's so many more question marks than there are answers. But I'm committed to understanding, everything that I possibly can. And when you have that level of understanding about anything, then being able to communicate it, that's when the communication of it becomes easy, because you understand things on such a fundamental level. I was listening to a podcast recently with this guy, Naval Ravikant, who is, I think he's a very well-known investor. He's done the rounds. He's been on a million different podcasts, very articulate guy. And he was saying that, that true understanding of a topic preempts the need to memorize. That once you really, truly understand a topic, certain careers obviously require rote memorization, like going through medical school, obviously. But I'm not memorizing facts. Everything that I've learned about nutrition and exercise and sleep and the brain, in my brain, it's all integrating into a story, into a narrative. And I can credit my, the fact that I'm a creative person, I think, to be able to connect those dots and to be able to have that story that's just continually being written in my head, the way that it's continually being written in the real world, in science. And so when I get asked a question, when I get enlisted to go on TV, on the Rachel Ray Show, the Dr. Oz Show, they're just asking me to recount a part of the story that I already know
Yeah, you don't get nervous and think like, oh shoot, do I have that fact right, or this?
No.
There's a deep understanding.
Yeah,
I think part of a deep understanding is that they say that one of the sort of phrases that's out there, I think I heard Tony Robbins say it originally, is one of the best ways to learn is to teach.
Yeah.
Right? Or to, and to like, part of teaching is like asking. So how much of finding your voice is also just the practice of having just talked about it with a lot of people, interviewing a lot of people about it, whether it was for the, the Breadhead documentary or just your own research into the topic for your mom's health?
A lot of it is research. I religiously cross-reference research studies. So, one of the ways that I learn is I read, so I don't read publications like, I don't know, Huffington Post or any of these things that reach lay people. I go to what's called the primary literature. So it's I go to PubMed, but oftentimes where I start are the press releases that are released by universities.
Yeah.
And I read those, and then I go and I read the studies, and I compare what's being communicated in the press release to what's being, talked about in a study. And then I read, sometimes I'll start with the study. Sometimes I won't read a press release at all. It totally varies. But that, at least initially, was a very good way for me to sort of get a sense of, of how to read a study, which is a skill which I'm always getting better at. That's not something that they teach you even in medical school. It's a very valuable skill to have, to know how to read science. Science literacy is crucial. But I digress. So I'll go to these research papers and I'll read, the introductions, I'll read the discussions, the results. And at this point now, there's a lot that I understand. That I still encounter things that I don't understand. That's only natural. But if I do encounter an idea or a topic, or even a phrase that, or a pathway or whatever that I don't understand, I'll then cross-reference it until I do. So I'll go to the references of that paper, and I'll just look for the different ways that other scientists talk about the same topic, whether it's a different combination of words or whatever, until eventually the language in my brain clicks and a pattern, starts to emerge. And that pattern is a semblance of truth. I'll also, listen to podcasts, I'll watch TED Talks, I'll read books, but really for me, it's about the published literature and making sure that what I'm reading is in a peer-reviewed journal. It's a new-ish study. It's been published over the past 5 years or so. But actually, one of the things that I did when writing my book Genius Foods was I actually wrote a piece of bonus content, which was a study interpretation guide. Because
for what? Where was it used, or was it bonus content for your community?
It was bonus content for if you were to pre-order the book.
Okay, got it.
And basically it was an ebook. It was a 12-page ebook on how to interpret science. Because again, this is a skill, and very few people are really good at reading studies, and it's something that you can always get better at. But I think having like at least a cursory knowledge is crucially important. It's like, culinary literacy or financial literacy. Like this is like one of the many things that we outsource to like the healthcare industry, right? We like feel like we have no business reading science if we're not scientists ourselves. But I think that that's BS. I think that we should all know how to partake in this wonderful tool that humans have devised to find truth amidst the chaos.
I agree.
Yeah. So yeah, I start with the papers, and then ultimately, like what I have been able to do, and this is now going on almost a decade, is because I started with media credentials, I've been able to reach out to researchers and scientists. And the first project that I did was Breadhead, which was the documentary, which allowed me to actually go to the labs and interview scientists that I felt like were putting out kind of like the most important research when it came to like dietary interventions and brain health. And I mean, that began 8 years ago. And since then, many of the researchers themselves have become friends. I've collaborated on research. I've been published in a textbook on the topic of dementia prevention. So
I want to talk about the behind the scenes real quick on Breadhead.
Mm-hmm.
So this was a documentary that you were putting together,
Mm-hmm.
right? So you had left Current. And so at the time, are you working? Have you saved up money? Like, how do you have this concept, this idea, and you're tracking and following along and documenting the journey of your mom
Mm-hmm.
being diagnosed and it's being turned into a documentary. But one of the real practical things, sometimes people tell me I have a vision for a project or a documentary, or I want to write a book, but I don't have the money to be able to do it.
Mm-hmm.
So on a practical level, where were you in your life then? And how did you fund your first documentary?
So when I left Current TV, after 6 years, I had signed with a major talent agency, and they were putting me up for all these like really big TV projects because I had been on camera for Al Gore's TV network. So I was technically like a TV host, even though that was a news and information network. I could have easily become a reporter, and because a lot of my work was more journalistic in nature. But I signed with a big talent agency, and they were excited to exploit the fact that I was like young and camera friendly and whatever. But ultimately, I didn't succeed at any of the jobs that that's the wrong term. I didn't get any of the jobs that they had put me up for because in part, I wasn't interested in doing any of them. I was always interested in content that could make the world a better place.
Did they have you on like celebrity news stuff?
Things like that,
What's
yes.
Paris Hilton doing today?
Yes, that sort of stuff. And and I was like, well, actually, I've always really been into health. So now that I'm sort of, I've left Current, I'm a bit of a stem cell. I'm like, I can go anywhere with this, all this experience that I've had. I'm really interested in health. And my agent at the time didn't think that health was a big enough topic. And they certainly didn't think that I was the right person to be a voice for that topic. And so my agency dropped me. I had finished this 6-year tenure, riding the high of being on TV, working for Al Gore, to being like at the lowest point in my career where I felt like I wasn't going to be able to get another job.
Because you were this host for them, that ended. And was that because the network folded? Like when it kind of concluded?
Yeah, it kind of shifted and I had kind of maximized my growth there. It wasn't
growing. And then
growing.
you tried the next extension of that, at least what you thought.
Yeah.
And that didn't work out. And so you're like, shit, now what?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I was an out of work journalist, TV host. But as I mentioned earlier in the podcast, I was never into politics, and I'm certainly not into celebrity culture. So as a reporter, my options were very limited, right? And as a TV host, my options were very limited. I wasn't interested in celebrity reporting or anything like that. So I had this unique 6-year job, which didn't seem likely at the time that I was going to be able to transition that into a career with longevity. And so I was actually like in one of the, I was didn't know what I was going to do. I was like, shit, should I be going back to should I be applying to, do a post back and do medical school? Did I just basically defer this 6-year period where I got to be on TV, and now I'm going to have to go back all over again and do that thing that did I make a mistake? So a lot of those questions were sort of bubbling up. Like, did I make a mistake? Did I just completely screw myself up now being 6 years older and having to go through this academic route all over again? And then in the midst of all that turmoil in my career where I felt like I was not really adequate, that's when my mom got sick, and for the first time. So it was like one of the worst periods. It was the worst.
Because career's not working out, and then you hit this
out.
news with your family.
Yeah, news with my family. I was living in LA at the time. My career was in a tailspin.
Were you making money through other means?
I had some like residual money coming in just from like the current thing, but very small amounts. I was living on savings. I was running out of money,
which is also scary.
Yeah, super scary. I was in my late 20s, running out of money, no agency, also not an actor. So I was like living in LA, without the skills required to make a living in LA. And yet for 6 years previously, I was being written about in magazines, having worked for Al Gore. I was on TV every single night. So there was this like insane dichotomy where one minute I felt like I was on top of the world and my career could go anywhere. And I was certainly being told as much by all the ass kissers in Hollywood, right? But then the next minute I was being dropped by my agency. I had no idea how I was going to make a living. And my mom, the person who I love more than anything on the planet, got sick. And I don't know the distance between here and New York, but 3,000 miles away from her, 5,000 miles away from her, living in LA. And so I was just like, I was a depressed mess. And
what pulled you out? What was the turnaround? Where did you go from there?
I mean, the first thing that let me think.
Probably on a practical level, you're just taking care of your mom.
Well, here's the thing. So I realized that there was something in me that was like that I had a talent, and I knew that whatever it was that landed me that role on current TV, and I knew that I wasn't a faker, because you couldn't do that job for 6 years and live in Hollywood if you were a faker. So I knew that there was something in me that could make a difference in the world, and that was big. I didn't know what it was, and I was okay with that. I was like, I can't articulate what is in me that needs to come out, but there's something there. And I know that I'm not a faker, because Hollywood's full of fakers, and that, that whatever, that I just needed to discover it. I needed that insight. And that was bolstered by, in 2013, so this was like a year or two after I left Current, I came up with another idea for a show, and I sold it to AOL. AOL funded this project that I came up with. It was called Acting Disruptive, which is not health related, but it was technology related. I came up with this idea. As I don't want to talk too much about it, but basically I realized very early on that there is this overlap between celebrity and technology. So I didn't care at all about celebrity, but I was interested in sort of technology and startup culture. And I saw that there were a number of celebrities like Jessica Alba, Jared Leto, who have these like tech startups. And I thought that was like a really interesting overlap between like the obsession that people are starting to have with Silicon Valley and entrepreneurship and celebrity. And so I sold this idea to AOL and Tribeca, where I'm going to go and I'm going to profile like celebrities who have like these tech startups. And having lived in LA, I had a few celebrity friends. Like I had met Jared Leto over the years. We became sort of friendly. Adrienne Grenier. These were all people that were celebs that were like kind of known in the public for being like movie stars or whatever, but I knew them as being kind of like smart people who have these like passion projects. And so I got this idea funded by AOL, and it ended up like getting millions and millions of views, and it won an award, and it was like...
It was on AOL.com?
Yeah, it was like AOL.com. I think you can find it on YouTube. It's called Acting Disruptive. You'll find videos with me and Jessica Alba, videos with me and Jared Leto, and it was a very smart show, and I came up with the idea, I hosted it, and again, it was just an example of like me coming up with an idea, and like it was amazing, like it did really, really well. So I trusted that there was something in me that there was a compass that like whenever like my spidey sense went off, that like good things happened, that I had a good sense for like what was going to resonate, in the public at large. And as soon as that ended, I was like, all right, I did that. That's great. Now I want to go see what's going on with my mom. Because, I had a little bit more financial security because of the show, did pretty well. It was a web series, this web series did well. I ended up immediately afterwards packing up and moving back to New York so that I could be close to my mom. And from one day to the next, literally, I remember having the conversation with the last time that I was with a team member on that AOL project. I had a conversation about nutrition and how it relates to the brain, because I started to do some research, even when I was in LA, on why this would have happened to my mom, what could be done to help her, all that stuff. And I had stumbled upon that insight that I know that you've talked about on the show and that we've talked about in the Broken Brain docuseries, that the most common form of dementia, Alzheimer's disease, might be a form of diabetes of the brain. And this was 2014, the very, very beginning of 2014. And I was like, wow, that is a huge idea. That's like a big idea. That's like an idea bigger than the TED stage. That's like, that to me was like the most important idea I had stumbled upon in my adult life.
Versus the contrasting idea that was out there before is we don't really know where it's coming.
Right.
And maybe now that we start to sequence genomes,
Yeah.
we're like, okay, is it genetic? And some people have this gene. And so that's why it happens to them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I served as my own litmus test, because I knew nothing about dementia. And having worked on TV and being so plugged into celebrity culture and technology culture, nobody was talking about this. I was like, nobody. I was like the zeitgeist defined. Like, you look up zeitgeist in the dictionary, like I professionally had to know what people were talking about, right? Because it's like, I was in media, I was in entertainment. Nobody was talking about brain health, and certainly not in a way that like was even remotely interesting for a younger person such as myself. And the only reason why I was interested in the topic is because my mom was sick, and because I would do anything in my power to help her. So from one moment to the next, I realized that I'm done pitching ideas. I'm not pitching ideas anymore. I'm just going to...
You're not going to fit into everybody else's, situation. You're not going to be this square,
right,
trying to fit in this round hole.
Yeah, I, pitched, I came up with a way to talk about celebrity, to make a little bit of money, and talk about the way technology was like, so I didn't feel like I was selling my soul talking about technology. It was a show about entrepreneurship. And then before that, trying to like appease my agent, who, I mean, let me just say, karma is going to come back and bite her in the butt, but, or at least I hope it does. Anyway. So I just from,
I'm done pitching.
Yeah. I'm done pitching. I'm just going to like learn everything I possibly can about this topic. I'm going to go into the literature. I'm going to read as much as I possibly can. I'm going to cut my living expenses dramatically. So I gave up my LA life. I got rid of my car. I sold my car. I got out of my apartment in LA. Actually, no, I didn't get out of my apartment. I kept an apartment in LA that I had rented, and I actually probably illegally Airbnb'd it over the course of that time so that I could earn a little bit of passive income from that.
I think this point is so key, because when you have a dream, you have a project, you're trying to make the next leap, finances are such an important part of it.
Yeah.
Right. And you're dealing with fixed resources, and you're trying to make something happen that hasn't happened yet. You're trying to make the invisible visible.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so much harder when your runway is shortened, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you have a longer runway, you can take a longer time to be able to work on it, craft it, modify it. And so I hear this theme, and I lived it myself when I was creating my first company, and then even my second, that you have to, if you're serious about a project, unless if you're independently wealthy, right, or somebody's bankrolling this dream that you have, it's so important to cut your lifestyle, because you don't know what's coming next.
Yeah. One does not discover new lands without consenting to lose sight of the shore. Sometimes for a very long time. That's a quote from Ursula Le Guin that really kind of changed my life in many ways. Another quote that really resonated with me, probably that quote, and then this, which I actually read in a fortune cookie. It sounds cliche, but it really helped me. A person who chases two rabbits catches neither. And so that's part of that's one of the lines that really helped me to make that decision that I'm not just going to pitch ideas anymore. Because the more I'm pitching ideas and trying to like mold who I am into what they want me to be, whoever they is, the less time and passion and energy and spirit I'm giving to what I'm meant to be doing, and whatever that is. So,
but you had also put in the work.
Yeah.
You understood kind of roughly how you had made a student film,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
You had been involved in production. So it wasn't that you just woke up one day after like,
No, I was a content creator.
you were a content creator.
Yes.
So it wasn't like a crazy leap,
Right.
but it was a leap nonetheless. And you knew you had put in enough of the homework to know that, okay, this is scary and I haven't done this exactly, but I could head in that direction. You both took the leap, but you had also based it on doing some of the work.
Yes. Yeah. I had put in the work and become a pretty competent storyteller at that point.
Because where I get nervous,
Yeah.
again, just jumping in, we have mutual friends that have come up to me and says they've never built a business anytime before. They don't even have experience like working in a startup. And I never want to tell people what to do with their ambition or pull back or other stuff, but they haven't really even read books. They just have an idea. And then they would going from one background to just jumping into an idea, but not having kind of an idea of at least some sense of, okay, yeah, I'm going off into the sea and I'm going for the unknown and the shores unknown that are next. But do you know the basics of just like driving a boat and putting it together or sailing a ship?
Yeah.
It can't be such a leap that there's no sense of what's going on.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you have to kind of do like an inventory of the things that you're like. Again, as I mentioned, I knew that I had a compass, that I had keen storytelling abilities, that I had a good sense of like what good content was and what bad content was, and those were honed over years of working in media, right? But as a health communicator, as somebody who can like get on TV and talk about a topic as complex as nutrition, I mean, that was new territory for me.
So you had made the decision that you don't want to pitch anymore. And now you have this idea. Did you have the name of did you know it was going to be a documentary and did you have a name?
Well, so I definitely, once I made the revelation that, you know, dementia, that there's all these new links coming out in the research between diet and lifestyle and brain health, and that the most common form of dementia begins in the brain decades before the first symptom. I knew that this is a topic that I knew that nobody was talking about it in this way, and certainly not young people. And I also knew that what people did tend to think about Alzheimer's disease, which you kind of touched on, were very much misconceptions. You know, that it's sort of baked into your genes or that it's an old person's disease. I was like, wow, this is actually not true at all. These misconceptions that even I had harbored, and I'm a pretty smart guy who's been into nutrition my whole life. And I also I recognized the same way that I recognized that there was a potential story in like the overlap of like celebrity and entrepreneurship. I knew that there was a story here that I was the right person to tell the story and to actually motivate behavioral change in people, that people would be motivated by, you know, what I was going through with my mom. You know, it's just something that like, which, you know, in retrospect, you know, so many people that I know are now going through similar things. Our mutual friend, Michael Trainer, for example, you know, but that nobody was talking about this, and that I actually had the ability to talk about it and bring this conversation to a major stage, the same way that I had done previously. That everything that I had done in a way was sort of leading up to this, you know, that I worked on TV and that I was honing those skills on this little network that nobody had watched, but Al Gore was the chairman. And so, you know, I got some good press out of it. And then I got to do this slightly bigger project with celebrities. You know, it involved Jared Leto and Jessica Alba, and, you know, a lot more people got to see it, but it wasn't like really about a topic that that really meant anything to me. You know, it was just kind of smart and it was cool and it was edgy, but that this topic was like, this was going to be like a home run, not just a home run in terms of something that I could get people talking about and that it can give me purpose and perhaps help me, you know, earn a living doing something that I felt that I was really suited to do and really passionate about, but that it could actually help people and make the world a better place and improve people's health, you know, that this documentary was so badly needed. And then the question of like, okay, well, how am I going to pay for it, you know, came up, right? I wasn't making any money. I had moved from LA back to New York. I was making a tiny bit of like passive income from my
again, my apartment, which I was legally Airbnb-ing, which I'm not endorsing doing, but you know, I was like,
And you
I
cut
was,
your expenses,
I was
kind of knowing
scrappy.
that.
I got rid of my car, cut my expenses, and I moved back into New York, and I lived in my mom's house. And that was an amazing thing to do because I got to live with my mom and be close to her, which is something that I didn't get to do for many years, you know, college and then working in LA for Current TV. I was there living with my mom, but I also got to dramatically cut my costs and focus on the research, and B, putting together this project. And ultimately I decided to do a Kickstarter campaign for it.
Right.
And so I did a Kickstarter campaign, which is a crowdfunding campaign. And I ended up investing. I think I borrowed money from my mom to make I think I borrowed some money from my mom to make the Kickstarter video.
And how did you also, just to interject, how did you convince her that she was going to be kind of like the protagonist in this documentary? Was your mom on board? Would your mom have questions? Was it like...
My mom's amazing. She always went with the flow. And so she, you know, and my mom, she loves the camera, so she signed up.
She was game.
She was game. Yeah.
Okay, so she was game.
But my mom would also be game for anything that I wanted to do.
Yeah, it sounds
you know?
like super supportive.
Yeah.
You know, which is really, really, really beautiful. So she's game.
Yeah.
She also lets you borrow a little money to make the trailer.
Yeah. So we shot the Kickstarter trailer, which involved doing some initial interviews. So I drove up to Harvard, I drove to Brown, got these two amazing researchers involved in my project early on. One was Dr. Alessio Fasano at Children's Hospital Boston. He's one of the world's leading experts on gluten and autoimmunity. And Dr. Suzanne de la Monte, who literally coined the term type 3 diabetes in the medical literature. And I don't even know how I got them to allow to have me come and do these interviews with them, because I didn't have a destination for the documentary yet. But again, I think it was a testament to the fact that there was this young guy who was like really passionate about this topic that no other young person is talking about.
Like genuinely passionate.
And
now also here to help spread the message of it.
Yes.
It's so amazing how much just genuine and true passion can open doors for you.
Yeah.
And also being early, right?
Yeah.
There wasn't that many people talking about it since
Yeah.
that time. Of course, there's been a lot of books on different brain types of topics. And now the industry is, you know, we've done documentaries, you've done there's a lot more that's out there. Podcasts are out there, but people are always asking like, how do I get somebody to open the door, to give me a shot, to try that? And how did you communicate that enthusiasm to them? Was it just an email that you put into the university? How did you even connect with those guys for them to be game for an interview?
I found their email addresses online, and I think that it took a few emails. Like, they didn't respond immediately. I remember actually it was a little frustrating early on. You know, some of it you could chalk up to the personality of a scientist, perhaps.
But they're researchers. They're busy. They're not on like their computer.
Exactly.
Like,
They're busy. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I communicated that this was a documentary. I'm only featuring a handful of people. This isn't like a marketing play or anything like that. It was really just about getting the information out there, and that I had a personal story and a vested interest, and that I had this track record of, I would reference, you know, some of the details in the email. I'd worked for Al Gore. I did this show that won an award, you know, and had 25 million views online and yada, yada. So you have to put in some of your, you know, credentials or whatever, you know, I mean, if you want to call them credentials, or the sexy stuff you want to put at the top of the email so that you get their attention, right? But then, yeah, I was just very genuinely interested in their research and how important their research I felt was, and how the world needed to hear about it.
So those are the people that you got, and you convinced them to shoot an interview. You used that footage in addition to some footage that you shot of your mom.
Yeah.
Talking about it and sort of painting the narrative. Your mom helps you out a little bit financially.
Yeah.
And you have the best of both worlds. You're both saving up money and you're living with your mom so you can help take care of her.
Yeah.
And then you start this Kickstarter campaign and you put it out there. What happens?
Well, you know, again, going back, and you guys can, if you're listening and you want to watch the trailer, it's out there. You can go to breadheadmovie.com. I edited it with a good friend of mine who lives here in LA, and I oversaw the project. You know, we did the initial cut together, and then I took the cut home to my house and I refined it a little bit because I have a filmmaking background, obviously. So I made the Kickstarter teaser great. I just, I put the work in, I made it great, and we launched it, and it ended up going viral, when I say viral, it didn't just automatically go viral. You put in months of work leading up to the Kickstarter campaign to make sure that people are gonna write about it. Every favor that I could have called in to anybody who I had met over the 60 or more, I guess at that point, the 8 years that I had worked in media, you meet a lot of people in that, work.
So were your celebrity friends sharing it? Were people like, who were the people that were sort of the advocates for it?
Yeah. So, I got celebs to share it. The Kickstarter teaser was shared by Jared Leto. It was shared by Akon, who's a rapper, I guess, who I don't even know his music, but it resonated with him. Adrian Grenier shared it.
And also Kickstarter was it was still pretty early for Kickstarter. So that was a new concept. It was exciting. You were early on a new platform. So it was novel and new. And so that adds to it as well.
100%. It was new. It was novel. But yeah, anybody who could have helped, lent a hand, gotten the Kickstarter campaign featured. I was emailing the same way that I emailed those scientists. I was just, every email would be like, sharing kind of the work that I'd done in the past, why this topic means something to me, how much it would mean the world to me if you were to help me, and how this project isn't just about me and my mom. It's about all of us. It's about our, our collective, cognitive health, that it's at risk, and that this is a project that really could help do a lot of good for a lot of people. I think that's what I say in the opening of the Kickstarter. And
they were one-on-one hand-to-combat emails, right? Like not like a mass blast?
Right. One-on-one emails. I think on launch day, I did a mass blast and I BCC'd, all of my friends pretty much. And I said that this is something that would mean a lot to me if you were to share, to contribute to.
What were the results financially in the campaign?
So we tried to raise $75,000, which, I was very much naive to the cost of doing a proper documentary. There's no way that we could have done anything with $75,000, but thankfully the campaign went viral, got some traction. We ended up raising double that. We raised $150,000 on the Kickstarter campaign, and it was a very exciting month. Just seeing the donations come in, it was incredible. And all the Kickstarter backers have been so generous, in supporting the project and being patient, because the film is still not finished. It was really amazing. We raised $150,000, and then after that, that got us started. So that was like the seed funding. We ended up doing much of the principal photography with that money, which is like the initial sort of filming. And what ended up happening is that we hired a great editor, and we have a rough cut for the project. But hiring a very talented editor is expensive, and that is a cost that ended up, we ended up going well over what we had raised with Kickstarter. And so privately, we ended up raising more money, thanks to some very generous donors. But even still, we're still in the fundraising stage. We ran out of money, and it's been something that we're trying desperately to try to complete.
And the interesting thing about it, and I've had so many conversations with you, over the last few years about this project, it's like the story doesn't end there.
Yeah.
Yes, this is a project, and of course, your mom is like the main kind of, the heroine of the journey, the protagonist that you're following around, but it's also about you and interviewing these people and this information. And so the story's ongoing, but along with it, if I remember correctly, that Kickstarter found its way to the Dr. Oz show.
Yes.
And then you got invited to come and talk about that. So even though this film is happening in the background, it's not even done yet, and you're still fundraising, putting that film out there led to kind of a lot of the stuff that's happening now today.
Yeah.
Right. So tell us about, how did it end up at the Dr. Oz show and establish that relationship between the two of you?
Yeah. So, and it all snowballed from just following my passion, my heart, like cutting those costs, consenting to lose sight of the shore, being focused singularly on that one rabbit, which was creating content that was going to help people in terms of their health. So, you know, after seeing the trauma and the desperation of having a loved one with dementia, and doing what I can to help memorialize what my mom was going through, but then also use that for good to help others. And that Kickstarter campaign, it went viral. You know, and part of it, you know, when you do a launch campaign like that, there's a lot of fanfare. It can be very fun. And, you know, there was a lot of great press to come out of it. A couple months after the Kickstarter campaign ended, I had gotten an email from a producer at the Dr. Oz show. And that was amazing. I mean, that was like, getting that email was so exciting because, you know, I had logged hundreds of hours on television, but to be able to reach an audience like that, and such a targeted audience, being able to talk about health specifically, it was so exciting to me. And the fact that I didn't have this medical background and yet was going to be able to go on and talk about not necessarily my views on health and nutrition, but my work, you know, like this documentary, why it's important to me, the statistics that I was able to uncover in my research. They had me on to talk about Breadhead, and they had never talked about Alzheimer's or dementia as a potentially preventable condition before. Never. So I was the first person, I think, to bring that topic to their audience. And of course, their audience, you know, it's an older demographic. It's older than like the demographic that we're used to talking to on Instagram, or that I had talked to on Current or with my celebrity show. But because I had logged all of those hours being in front of the camera, getting comfortable in front of the camera, and all those hours talking about my documentary project and doing the research and all that stuff, that by the time the lights went on set at the Dr. Oz show and they had me to talk about my project, I was so well versed in the topic that it crushed it for them. Like it, you know, it resonated with the audience because they had never thought about this topic in that way before. And here was this new kind of this voice, you know, for the topic that I guess, you know, made it a little bit more exciting than seeing somebody in a lab coat come on and talk about it. And that there was this like story that was instantly relatable, right? The fact that my mom, somebody who was not old, you know, she still had all the pigment in her hair, was succumbing to this condition that affects so many millions of people, but that it was affecting my mom at such a young age. I think, you know, it had this component of like, wow, this actually can hit home.
People could see themselves in your mom.
People could see
You know,
themselves in
especially
my
that
mom.
audience, the Dr. Oz show, you know, from what I know, the stats from my past business partners being on there, it's, you know, heavy in the female demographic,
Mhm.
and a lot of women, you know, in the 40 to 60 audience range, and sort of seeing your mom's story in themselves.
Yeah, 100%. And
So you were on the show. What, you know, and you've been on TV before and you've been interviewed, but now was this the first time that you were being interviewed by somebody else on national TV about this new path that you've set? I'm not going to pitch ideas anymore.
yeah,
I'm going to go my own route. Was that your first time that somebody was interviewing you about a topic that you said that this is what I want to talk about?
huge. Yes. It
And
was.
what doors did that open up?
Well, I think it was mostly just like the validation that I had so desperately as a content creator, needed, I think, to be able to say and to feel internally that this is something that I could like actually pursue. And even though even at that time, I wasn't really making any money. Like I was on the Dr. Oz show and I was still living with my mom.
Yeah, and even though the Kickstarter campaign ultimately raised, like I think you said, 150 or
150,000. Yeah.
It's not like you got that money for like your
zero.
like
Yeah.
lifestyle
No,
or
none of
whatever.
it. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Even to this day, because the film is not finished, we ran out of money. I haven't taken a cent from it, nor have any of my hardworking producers. The only people that have gotten paid have been the personnel, you know, the filmer, the cinematographers, and the editor. But yeah, at the point that I was on the Dr. Oz show that first time to talk about this documentary,
I still wasn't really making any money. I was just kind of like living in my mom's, but it felt so good.
It felt so right. You knew you were on the path.
On the right path. And I knew that voice that I mentioned earlier inside, that there was something in me that was like big, and it was like primed to come out. And I didn't know what it was yet, or the medium or whatever. But being on the Dr. Oz show that first time definitely was like, wow, not everybody gets to go on the Dr. Oz show and talk about this. Like, this is something that was like, it was just definitely like, it felt like I was, for the first time really in my career, even though I had I'd gotten press and I was on TV and all this stuff, I felt like I was like aligned with my purpose.
And how long ago was that? When was that you were on there?
That was like, man, when was that? That was, I guess, probably 2015.
Yeah, and not even really that long ago.
Not that long ago, yeah. Early 2015, maybe?
So early 2015, you're on the Dr. Oz show.
Mm-hmm.
How do you and you're working on the film in the background,
Mm-hmm.
taking care of your mom in the background. So 2 specific questions before I would go into the book, because there's a lot of people here that are listening that want to know like the process of like, how do you write a book and like what is that like? And I want to touch on that a little bit. So are you still at this point in time living off of savings? And when was the first time that somebody like paid you to come and speak on this topic?
Oh man. Yeah, I was pretty much living off of savings and whatever. I think I had like a few, I had like kind of like a little bit of like residual celebrity, but so I've been able to like get some
That
like
AOL money.
that AOL money. Yeah. Like, and I use celebrity like in air quotes if you're listening to this, but like I still had like kind of a public figure status. I was like verified on Twitter because I was on TV.
Sure.
So even though I was like on TV, which would be a dream for anybody, I had this like really humble like actual life where I was like living with my mom and I had like dramatically cut my expenses. But yeah, I think the first time that I got paid for something specifically related to health, I think it might have been when I was invited to come and speak at the University of Chicago. They have a center for the exact center. I think it's the Center for Nutrition, Learning, and Memory at the University of Chicago at Urbana-Champaign.
Mm-hmm. Been there before.
You've been there before.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that was a while ago. That was like probably 2015. That was my first big university speaking gig where they paid me. They flew me out and they paid me to come and speak. And that was amazing because I got to speak for, it was a university talk, validating in the academic sense, but that's where I got the sense for the first time that, that there was value in what I had to say.
And I think also from there's so much validation that you get from being on the Dr. Oz show. You get to see yourself shine.
Mm-hmm.
You get this opportunity that was provided by being in the right place and putting in all the work and effort and energy into the Kickstarter project. Yeah. But, you're still, just for everybody who's listening and they think sometimes like, oh, he goes on, somebody sees from the outside, oh, somebody went on TV.
Yeah.
And then it all just like worked out after that. You're still living at home. You're with your mom. You are taking care of her, right? By no means is this turned into like a full-time career by any sort. And I think that's such an important message to highlight, because the true stories of anybody that's put in the hard work that is now living some version of whatever we deem success to be from the outside and having some level of financial success attached to their work, it's way messier than we often think of. And when I say messier, it just takes a lot longer than we think of.
Yeah. I mean, just to be totally transparent, like I would never, like, I wasn't making any money, but I'd never starve. My mom like had an apartment in Manhattan and she had a spare bedroom for me. And, it's not like she was giving me money or anything like that. Like I'm not, I didn't have like access to a trust fund or anything like that, but like I would never starve. I would never be living on the street. So I knew that I was always gonna have a shelter over my head, and that, so long as I was eating in my mom's house and hanging out with my brothers every night, it wasn't a terrible life. And I didn't have any major expenses, but I wasn't making any money. I was living in my mom's house. I was about 30 years old at the time, deep in the research and feeling better than ever about my career, but making no money, unable to date. I had no dating life, barely any social life.
I was just really, my North Star was always creating content that was aligned with my obsession at the time, which was understanding why the hell this was happening to my mom, what could be done to prevent it from happening to myself and others that I care about. That was it.
The North Star was super clear, and you were just like, I'm just getting the vibe like you were in your zone. You were like happy.
Yeah, and I was happy. I mean, given the circumstances, I was happy about my career, and I was getting all these like little like these breadcrumbs on the trail. You know, it was like a what is it called? Like a scavenger hunt. There were all these like little breadcrumbs that I was like picking up where I was like, wow, I'm totally aligned. Like all this like validation and these milestones. And there was certainly doubt, you know, and I was like, well, how am I going to actually make like money from this? How am I going to like buy a house? Like where's that kind of money going to come from, you know? But all these like amazing things started happening, like the Dr. Oz show. And then I would be able to get, you know, I was going on The Doctors, which is another huge TV show. I was starting to get all these really great speaking gigs. One of the coolest things actually had nothing to do with, you know, like TV or media or anything like that. I started to become really friendly with some of the researchers whose work inspired me. Some of the doctors and people who really saw in me like almost like a peer. Even though I didn't go to medical school, they would come to me with questions about nutrition and to give my take on certain clinical presentations and things like that. And so so the validation was coming in terms of like media and all that kind of like the superficial stuff, but that was like kind of reminiscent of my past career on TV and all that stuff that served as like kind of like, wow, you know, like you didn't choose that path for nothing, you know? But then I was starting to get a lot of validation from doctors, like people who I actually admired and looked up to.
And that's amazing too, because it's like, okay, I'm not crazy. I've done the work. There's an interesting story here that's meant to be told. And I'm sure you're still friends with a lot of those individuals that are out there.
Yeah. I mean, great friends. I've been able to collaborate with them. You know, I get to call them colleagues, which is amazing. So I've got to, you know, I mean, I've gotten to do a ton. I've, you know, published not just my book, but I've been able to co-write with one of my mentors, a chapter in a textbook on the topic of dementia prevention. I've been able to lecture for continuing medical education, which is amazing. It's just like, you know, getting to actually help change the way that patients are treated. It's amazing. It's like a dream come true.
So while we have a little bit of time here, I want to talk about a couple more topics that I think are really relevant today to people who are looking to put out content, educate in the space, see what's possible, follow their bliss, follow their passion. So how does the book opportunity come into your world?
So the book, I was just walking around New York City one day. I had a meeting. It was actually at AOL. So I mean, a little bit of my residual, like, you know, AOL, I was like, probably, I had a meeting, I think, in that office building to try to pitch something related to health. And I was about to go into the building, and sitting outside was somebody who was a journalist for the Huffington Post. And, you know, because AOL and HuffPost, they're one is owned by the other. I forget exactly which, but she had just written a book. And so I congratulated her. I was like, hey, I saw you wrote that book, you know, good job. And she asked me if I'd ever considered writing a book, because I guess she followed me on Twitter or whatever, and she saw that all I was posting about was my documentary and all these things that I was doing with the Dr. Oz show and whatever. And she asked me if I'd ever had an interest in writing a book. And I was like, well, I don't know. I mean, not really. Like I never, you know, had thought about myself as an author, but certainly at this point, I mean, I know a lot about nutrition and the brain, and it would be great to kind of like put it all in one place and to, you know, have like a prescriptive sort of tome for people, you know, because like all of my work was about, I mean, the documentary that I was kind of like my primary project at that point was a little bit science, but you can't make a documentary very prescriptive, right? Because it's just like, you've got to tell a story, and that story has to be emotional. You know, so there was only so much sort of advice that I could give in a documentary. Whereas I kind of thought that like a book would be a really great way to actually like tell people how I think based on all of my research and all of these interviews and conversations and whatever, and real world experience. People might actually want to eat and live if they were to choose to mitigate their risk for the kinds of conditions that,
Yeah, a book is more like a how-to. You can be more like
like a
an
how-to,
advocate for people that are looking for
Yeah.
a solution, where a documentary kind of has to be a little bit ambiguous
Yeah.
and people have to find the message themselves.
100%. So I was like, well, I hadn't previously thought about it, but I'd be down to kind of like explore the idea, And so she's like, well, happy to introduce you to my book agent. Maybe nothing will come of it, but like have the conversation at the very least. So
And what year is this? Set the context. So
this is
early 2015, you were on the Dr. Oz show, your first speaking gig
Yeah.
kind of came out like later in 2015. So when is this time period for the
This
book?
might be late 2015.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure if it's 2016 or 2015, but it's sometime after my my first few Dr. Oz show appearances. But just to give, I guess, like some more concrete context, on Instagram at that point I had like maybe 10,000 followers or even fewer than that, So I wasn't like an influencer or anything like that. I mean, I was on TV and I had all these like amazing opportunities, but it's not that I had a huge Instagram following or anything like that. But I had this idea, and I was a unique voice for the topic, and above all, I had done the homework, and I was able to speak intelligently on the topic. And so I had a conversation with this book agent. His name is Giles. He's a great guy, and he believed in the project. He thought that I was like the right sort of person to write this book at that time. And so I wrote. He advised me to write a proposal. And so I wrote a book proposal. It was like a 20-page proposal.
I'm going to pause you right there.
Yeah.
How did you even know how to write a book proposal? Did you literally just go to Google and type in how to write a book proposal?
Well, he gave me some advice, but basically a book proposal these days a proposal is very much about like the marketing.
Yeah, because
So-
publishers know they can't really make you a bestseller, but do you have the ecosystem and the kind of infrastructure
Yeah.
to sell the book in addition to the core concept?
Yeah. I mean, my understanding is you can have a great idea for a book, but if you have like no marketing ability, you're going to be handicapped there when it comes to like getting a book deal. So, I had a great idea for a book, but I also happened to be doing the Dr. Oz show pretty regularly, and started to put out some content on social media. But I didn't have a podcast. I didn't have my social media following that I have now. Maybe I had a few Facebook followers. I think I had something like 40,000 Facebook subscribers. Didn't really have a mailing list. So I was starting at a very rudimentary place. But I had the Dr. Oz show, and I had this idea, and
So you put this book proposal together.
so I put the book proposal together.
Where did you go from there?
We started to pitch it out. So my agent got me meetings with 4 different publishers, and we took the first meeting. I think they were all over the phone. So the meetings were all over the phone. What he does is he sends the proposal along, and then you get on the phone and they hear you out. The first meeting that I had, I forget the publisher, I thought I crushed it. Because I'm like a professional communicator, and I had been for years at this point. So I know when my ideas are like flowing out of my mouth with like, erudition, and then I'm like, that like I'm able to articulate, using appropriate language, and that my thoughts are flowing. And some other times I feel like I've just got like bubble gum in my mouth, and like my ideas are not flowing the right way. But for this meeting, I felt like I was like really on, and I distinctly remember that. The second meeting, and you kind of have them all at once so that you're like fresh. Second meeting, I think, was like the following day. Again, I was like totally on. I thought I nailed it. Third meeting, same thing. The fourth meeting, the last meeting, I thought that I was a little bit fatigued, and I didn't think that I did as well. I was like, I'm definitely not going to get that, the book deal from that. I'm not going to get an offer from that publisher. About a week later, I got a call from my agent who had done all the follow-ups, and 3 but 4 of the publishers that I had met with passed. So I got 3 rejections, and the rejections that I got were from the first 3. So all the meetings that I thought that I had crushed, they all turned down my book proposal, and they were, what that means is they were not interested in giving me a book deal. The one publisher that I had met with, where I thought that I didn't really do my best, actually took the risk and gave me the book deal. they offered me a book deal. And, so I had 3 rejections, but it was the last meeting that I had where they decided they were like, Max is great. Like, Max is a machine. Like, let's freaking give this guy the opportunity to write a book. And
what was that publisher's name?
Harper Wave.
Harper Wave.
Yeah, Harper Wave. Karen Rinaldi.
Yeah. Shout out to Harper
Shout out
Wave.
to Karen, yeah.
So you get a book deal.
Yeah.
Right? So another level of like, okay, the next sort of unfolding of the career.
Mm-hmm.
And that's late 2015 or maybe early 2016. And now you actually have to write a book.
Yeah.
And on this podcast will probably go on forever, but give us like for what's the process of, this is the first time you're synthesizing this in like a how-to way. What did you have to organize or reorganize in your life to now write that book and fulfill that contract? Like, how do you get your mindset? You had made a film before, you had made another film before that, you had done TV. What's unique about putting a book together that you hadn't gone through before?
Well, I'd always actually been, it's a totally different skill set.
What was tougher? I guess the question I'm asking is like, what was tougher or unexpected or easier than you thought when it came to putting a book?
What's easier about it is that you can write a book by yourself.
Yeah.
I actually chose to work with a medical doctor who I respect very much. His name is Paul Graywall, to write the book, who I decided to work with him after I'd gotten the book deal, because I met him. I thought he was a brilliant guy, and I thought it would be great to be able to, collab on something. But actually, what can be very frustrating about doing, large, more intensive, types of media is that you're relying on a million different moving parts. And that's one of the biggest pain points for me for my documentary, is how expensive it is and that it's not finished yet, and that I rely on other personnel to get it done. And the people that I work with are very talented and gracious, and it's amazing. But a book, what's wonderful about it is that you can write it by yourself.
Yeah.
And having worked on the documentary and all these other media projects for the majority of my career leading up to that, I found it to be a tremendous relief that I could just go and write and say exactly what I wanted to in the book, and do the research and make it my own. So I felt that to be tremendously empowering. And when I got the book deal, it began, I think it was like the very beginning of 2016 is when it started, meaning that I had like a year from then to write the book, the manuscript. I began working on it right away. Like, it was like New Year's Day, and then I started working on the book. I was just so excited. I had all these like papers and research, all this research and anecdotes and metaphors and things that were just sort of like simmering in my brain, and had been for years leading up to that point. And now I finally had a place to put them all. And so I started working on it right away. And yeah, it was challenging in the sense that I've always been told that I'm a good writer, that I have a strong voice, but the most that I'd ever written were articles for websites. And writing a book as compared to an article, it's a totally different skill set. And so over the course of the writing process, I think I've become a much better writer. And I also, you learn how to make your writing fun and engaging. And that's something that I think I've gotten better at over time too. I mean, obviously the final product is going to be, you're going to end up seeing the finished, polished piece. But, when I read, because I'm so hungry for truth, I really like to just read like facts, like you could just give me like a fact sheet about like nutrition and how it affects the brain. And that's like, to me, that's like the most delicious like content that I can possibly consume. But that's not, not everybody is like me.
Because you're obsessed with the content.
I'm obsessed with the content, yeah.
But other people, they have interest, but they're not necessarily, they like almost need your convincing to get more excited about it. So writing for them has to be different.
Yeah, you've got to add color and humor and things like that. And those, that's all like, I've learned to write with that, like just sort of naturally, just over the reading and writing and editing process.
So I'm going to jump forward a little bit because, you write the book together. And I'm sure that's that can be a whole podcast on its own.
Yeah.
Putting a book together, what does it take? But what are like two takeaways you could leave with our audience? You talked about Kickstarter and how you had the reason that Kickstarter went viral, quote unquote, is you put in so much work and it was based on all the relationships you had cultivated over the last few years. When it came to the marketing, and your book was a New York Times bestseller, which is such a rare feat for a first-time author. So congratulations.
Thank you.
What are like two takeaways when it came to like the marketing of the book? Was it similar to the themes that were there for the Kickstarter campaign?
Well, I think, I don't ask people for very many favors. I'm very careful about the favors that I ask. And I think what I'm always, it's always better to owe somebody like a favor. I think that I'm way more, or to be owed a favor rather. Like I'm always very, generous, and I help my friends as best as I can, whenever I can make a connection. But in terms of my own asks, I think like what I just have intuitively done, and it turns out that this is a fairly successful formula, is, you really want to like concentrate your marketing for that launch period, and if you've ever had a favor that anybody has ever owed you or anything like, or, a contact that you can perhaps exploit, then you really want to concentrate it around the time period that's going to be best suited to whatever it is, the launch. For me, I've done sort of 2 launches at this point. I did my Kickstarter campaign where anybody who could have helped me get the word out about that, that's when I would reach out to them. And then similarly for the book launch, those are like once in a lifetime opportunities. And
So
if
you save those favors up.
just save those favors, yeah, and you reach out being humble and gracious and with gratitude. And most of my friends have really like incredibly, amazingly like risen to the occasion and supported me in really powerful ways. And what's funny is that now that I'm on the receiving end, sometimes, like, because I have a podcast, I have a platform where I can help people, I get reached out to all the time by people who don't sort of ask with those sort of, they don't really humbly ask. They kind of like,
sort of feels like a means to an end.
like a means to an end, or like almost with an air of entitlement, So I think that it's important to just be really, precious about people's time and their attention, and to acknowledge, that we're not, nobody's an island. That like these successes that you see, whether it's a New York Times bestseller or the successful Kickstarter campaign, none of them were overnight successes, and they were all reliant on a myriad of moving parts. And many of those moving parts are actually people. They're human beings. And so you've got to be, I think, very generous and gracious and patient sometimes. But I think when you have the right, when you come from a place of authenticity, which I certainly did, I think you'll notice that people really are generous, and they want to help you. They want to support you. It's only when they catch a whiff of inauthenticity, that I think people kind of like retract a little bit.
Yeah. You have a podcast. Of course, I have a podcast. We get pitched all the time for it. The standard ones that I get are either from PR agents or, let's say, even talent directly, people that are doing really interesting things. And really, if you would say the theme of the pitches, or, I own a couple different companies. I have a bunch of employees, people who might want to work for one of the companies that I'm part of. The vast majority of requests in this day and age is me.
Yeah.
And not, can you establish that, like, have you ever even listened to an episode of my podcast? Yeah. What did you like about it? What do you want to say? Like, have you established some sense of connection?
Yeah.
If somebody was real, if they just sent me an honest no, I've never listened to your like, I would almost respect the note that said, I've never listened to your podcast before. It looks like it's really doing well. I have a hunch I'm a good fit for it, but I just want to be real. Like, I've never listened to it because I've been busy.
Yeah.
And here's my new book. If you think it's a good fit and you got time to read this, I realize you don't know who the heck I am. You're probably not going to reply. I would respect that honesty a lot more than the, hey, your podcast is great. No reference to anything you've listened to or heard or anything else. We'd love you to help the launch of our book and support this or that. It's like, that again feels like a means to an end type of email.
Yeah, exactly. I get emails like that all the time. I can't even count at this point, but yeah, basically cold emails from PR companies. And there's nothing wrong with like working with a PR company and having them send out those emails. But a lot of the times you'd be surprised where they don't even like, they'll say like, Dear Max at the top, and then they'll like get the name of my podcast wrong at the bottom, and it's very
We
clearly
love
like,
your podcast, Bulletproof Radio.
yes, yes. Yeah, they'll just like cut and paste, and it's like
So
the worst.
that was my little rant there. Listen, do the homework, and check out, if you're trying to pitch somebody for a podcast, for anybody who's listening, listen to a few episodes, check it out, take some personal anecdotes, share the genuine, like, I actually love this episode, I bought this book of this person, I shared it with a friend, engage, and people really respect that. There's this theme that I want to talk about as we're closing up over here, which is that in this day and age where Instagram is like very popular, and some people, their actual goal is to just, I want to be an Instagram influencer, right? One of the challenges with that kind of concept is that, forget any sort of judgment on people's goals of wanting to be an influencer or not, or a social media influencer. Instagram and social media, I often think of them as like they're little satellites. They're little things that are out there that extend your core message. And when you have a core message and you have long format content and stuff that you're known for, that's when these social media tools, because they're great tools, work best. But in this day and age, I think I see a lot of people who want to, their version of, I put out a lot of content, and that content is they're putting out content just directly for social media.
Mm-hmm.
And as somebody who's helped built the platform of, two very well-known doctors and has given a lot of advice to tons of personalities in the health space that have been out there, I think people forget the importance of putting out sort of a manifesto, putting out work, putting out a thesis that then can solidify your story, your brand, what it is. You put out a documentary,
Yeah.
right? Multiple ones.
Yeah.
You had a book, and you now also have a podcast. And even though people look at maybe your social media following on Instagram are like, wow, he has X amount of whatever followers, really that's all your content there is an extension of things to go a lot deeper. And why I think that's important is that just because you have a lot of followers on Instagram, and some people who are listening who are like, wow, I'd love to be like a health and wellness influencer and do more in that space, that doesn't mean that's a career,
Right.
that you can earn a living on it. And then the second thing is, when the Instagram algorithm changes,
Oh my God. Yeah.
right, which it already has, and now Instagram is not the hot thing that everybody's focused on, and before it was Facebook, and Facebook's not the hot thing that everybody's focused on, you lose that audience and that attention.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd love you to kind of, if you have anything to share on that, about how important it is to have these longer format ways that people interact and really get the thesis and deep education of your content.
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, I'm not going to say that like everybody should launch a podcast, because everybody seems to now have their own podcast, but you're 100% right in that it's yeah, I mean, Instagram is easy. It's like, it's exactly that. It's a satellite. It's there to sort of bolster, all the other work that you're doing. But I mean, if you were to look at my Instagram, I mean, it's almost, I rarely post about like what people know as being my true passion, which is brain health, on Instagram, because I know that that's not what people are not interested in that on Instagram. It's a visual medium. People are, super interested in weight loss and things like that. And so you'll see I'm battling a totally different topic on Instagram. For the most part, it's like the fitness industry and some of the bad advice that comes out of there.
But you do give your podcast a lot of love, and you
Yes.
go deep into topics on your podcast. It
Yeah.
could be on brain health or olive oil or other
Yeah.
things that come back to that.
Yeah. Well, ultimately, you have to see yourself almost as like a stock portfolio. And the best stock portfolios, the ones that are going to be the most future proof, are highly diversified, and the same thing goes for your portfolio as a quote unquote influencer, or as a content creator, or as an expert. The minute Instagram decides to tweak the algorithm, your status as an Instagram influencer could go the wayside. Whereas, what I've tried really hard to do is, I have a pretty big Instagram following at this point, but you can compare it to other people and it's not big necessarily. I mean, there's a huge range of Instagram influencers, but I've tried to really divide my time so that I'm diversified amongst, I've got some followers on Instagram, I've got my podcast listener base, I've got a few YouTube followers, I've got some Twitter engagement going on, I've got my mailing list, which I've learned, is very important. So you want to try to grow that as best you can. And so even people with Instagram followings that are way bigger than mine, I'm way more diversified. So actually they see me, even though I might have a smaller, I don't have 1 million yet, for example. Somebody with 1 million Instagram followers who's just an Instagram follower actually might be a little bit envious of the fact that I'm way more diversified. Because again, that's going to keep you future proof. And not only that, but it's, the longer form content, it's harder, but it's the best way to learn for yourself. And it's the best way to really galvanize a deep and authentic connection with your audience. So
and spread the message that you're trying to get out there.
Yeah. And spread the message. I mean, I've chosen to do a documentary, which is like one of the hardest projects to do in the world. I've chosen to write a book, which is like one of the hardest projects to do in the world. Podcasting is not cake either. I mean, you've got to show up every week and make sure that you're on that schedule, right? Instagram is like, it's the icing, on the cake. The real cake is in the hard, deep work, that like people don't see you doing day in and day out. I mean, I'm working on my second book right now. We're like almost wrapping up, and that's been, a beast to work on over the past year. I mean, this was one of the hardest years of my entire life. The hardest year, the worst, actually, I mean, in many ways, the worst year of my life. It was the year that my mom passed away. And it was also, I had to work on this new book to meet my deadline over the course of that year. And over the writing process, it's like I'm spending a lot of time seated, I'm sedentary, I'm hunched over the computer, my back's starting to hurt, my neck is it goes way deeper than what you see if you just go to my Instagram profile and you get the highlight reel, But that's ultimately the way to put out a body of work, a tome that's going to stand the test of time, and that's going to like make that deep impact on people.
So a few more questions here. People want to make a living talking about the things or in the field that they're passionate about, whatever way that could be. It could be writing books. It could be starting a business in it. There's a lot of entrepreneurship is hot right now. A lot of people want to be in that world. They want to do stuff. It's never been self-actualization in our highest vision of ourselves has never been more possible and never more wanted. Right. And a lot of times it comes with sometimes, expectations that are not always real because we don't hear the true story that people went through. And you've been giving us a lot of the true story that's there. So if you're open to answering the question, you had done the documentary, which you both had to like raise money for, your mom helped you out on it. And then later on, even when you started getting some momentum, you had to keep on going to raise, and you're still kind of in fundraising mode for that. And that was in 2015. And now it's 2019, with a few months left at the end of the year. At what point in time in your career could you say that you were making money and able to at least cover your expenses from this area that you were most passionate about?
It might have been, it might have been 2017. So not even that. 2017 was the year. So I worked on my first book, Genius Foods, sort of as like my full-time job. And I lived on, I was, I think, still living with my mom, but my expenses were very low. And at some point over the book writing process, I moved out and I moved in with my little brother. So in New York. So I actually, it's not like I was like living in this beautiful like apartment by myself in New York City. I was living with my little brother. And I only recently this year actually moved from that apartment back to LA where I live by myself. But in 2017, I think I had like some of the book advance that I got. So I got like a small, well, I don't want to say small. It was like a reasonable book advance, but I invested so that was probably the biggest check that I had gotten in a long time, right? The book advance. But even that, I invested half of it into the promotion of the book. So, even at that point where I was like, not yet making a ton of money, I saw that the money was coming. It was like coming. I was like, I might not see it yet, but like everything's freaking going great. I'm on TV. I've got this book coming out, which I know I put my soul into. And if there's any like sanity in the universe. It's going to do well and it's going to reach an audience, right? And but even the book advance, I invested half of it into like the promotion of the book, because I believed so much in the content of the book, and I would be like, this would be a real tragedy if it didn't reach the audience that it deserved. So I was working full time on making sure that all my friends, all my connections were going to help me spread the word about my book. But then I hired my own PR company in addition to that. So I invested a very significant amount of money into the marketing, not the marketing, the PR of the book. There was really no marketing for it. A lot of people with bestsellers today spend money in nefarious ways to make sure that books hit various lists and things like that. I didn't do that. Money was too precious for me. So I invested whatever money I had into PR agencies so that I could have some assistance in terms of like managing PR requests for the book. And then it was just me behind a computer, like,
and then
it was all me. Yeah, it was all me. People with
podcasts, just like the marketing was just your time.
Yeah, my time. But like, this, like people with books, usually they have like teams behind them. Like it was just me. I mean, our mutual friend, Emily Fletcher, like every time I see her, she's like, I still can't believe that, your book launch was just you behind it. She has like a whole team, right?
Totally.
So yeah, so 2017 really was the beginning, and then 2018 was when the book came out, and the book really hit struck a chord with people, and the speaking gigs started to ramp up. I think in many ways, not I would say most books don't end up being profitable, but I'm super grateful that my book continues to reach new audiences. And so, the book makes some money. And I've also been able to learn from experts like you and other people that I know that have built, businesses that have an online component, how to do things a little bit smarter from a business standpoint online. So, building my mailing list, being smart about the brands that I work with, because I now have opportunities to work with brands and to give a platform to brands that I think are doing good stuff and putting good stuff out into the world. So I have sponsors on my podcast now, which is great. So over time, brick by brick, I mean, I've been able to, there's been a lot of years of work leading up to this point. But then last year and this year, I've been able to make like a very good living. And there's been many years of like not being able to make a very good living.
I think that's so important because, you're being driven by your North Star, right? You're doing this out of like, not only your personal benefit, but also you were there to like be there for your mom and take care of your mom and like spend that time with her, especially in, what would have eventually that you came to found would be her last few years are there. And yes, you wanted to be financially successful because then that's the fuel that allows us to keep on doing the thing that's there. And it's also an indication that if people are willing to pay you for stuff, then they're getting value out of it. If somebody's going to pay you more money for a talk, that means that they're really excited and they think they're going to sell more tickets to get more people to come to that talk, or they're going to do this. Or if a publisher is going to give you a bigger advance, it's because they think that a lot more people are going to buy that book. So you see that money is really just a reflection of the value that you're providing that's out there. But for years, you've been putting out content and doing things, and it just takes that time. And I think it's just so important for people to understand that this just takes time. You gotta put in the work.
Put in the work, put out the free content. You have to, you've got to put out free content and, and get started that way. And then you've just got to say yes to things and like, and be open to doing things for free at the beginning and to put yourself out there. I mean, I certainly did that for many, many years, when I did that 180 from like Current TV and that Acting Disruptive show to now the point where, I can't even manage all the speaking gigs that are incoming, and, sponsors, brands are reaching out to me left and right to sponsor my podcast. And now I get to say no. It's an amazing feeling. But it took work like to get there, a lot of serious work, work when like I was watching all of my friends that are the same age as me, like rise up in their careers and start making, buying houses and things like that. But I knew, I never doubted myself. Like even in those early days, I was like depressed, maybe sad that like, I wasn't able to, that my career wasn't going the way that I maybe had anticipated that it was going to go, when I was on TV working for Al Gore. But it ended up working out career-wise perfectly. I'm now doing exactly what it is that I feel like I'm meant to be doing, and it's a wonderful thing.
I want to take this back full circle. And, at the beginning of the interview, you talked about how you were a student of Eastern philosophies and spirituality and kind of your own diving into that. What are some core principles that you learned early on that gave you at least the internal navigation, compass, wisdom, guidance that helped you take a step back and say, like, okay, yeah, all these people are buying houses and it looks on the external side like somebody could say that they're further in life than I am, but I know that's all kind of bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that the most important thing is that I'm doing the true work that I'm meant to be doing. What were the, you talked about Krishnamurti, anything else that's out there or any books that were part of that compass that have stayed with you throughout this hero's journey?
Oh man. I mean, I think it's, there's a few books. I mean, Krishnamurti, Freedom from the Known, that's one of the early tomes that I read. I think it's a pretty thin book actually, but it's got sort of the core of his teachings.
And even if it's not a book, I'll add in, is there a view of life?
Yeah.
A sort of a guiding North Star that has sort of shaped, that has given you this sort of, just your framework.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's trust in, an unwavering trust in my abilities, whether or not I can articulate, what it is that, that I'm trying to do. It was that, that I wouldn't let myself down, that I had gotten to a certain point in my life where I knew that I wasn't a faker, and that just by following my compass, wherever that was taking me at the time, that it wouldn't lead me astray. I also, I think this is something that my mom did a really good job raising me with. I have never really had a big fear of authority. So I've always been willing to take risks. We talk about risk, earlier, and taking those risks. But I think when it came to something like health and nutrition, and going to these doctor's appointments with my mom early on and seeing just the sort of like the hopelessness and the desperation, I felt very much entitled to stand up and challenge the status quo, and to take it upon myself to help people, even though I knew that, I didn't have any formal training in nutrition or anything like that. I knew that if I was diligent and did the work and put in place in my own life a system of checks and balances where I can be held accountable to the things that I was saying, whether it's putting stuff out online, or running my ideas by my medical doctor colleagues and friends that were in the space, that was all going to sort of help me hone my message and my skills and the like. I've always been a big believer in, wearing your passion on your sleeve, like verbally articulating and talking about the things that you're interested in. I think that's it's part of the rehearsal process. Like I would take meetings early on, even before I did the Dr. Oz show that first time, but just talking about the topic of dementia prevention and nutrition and diet and lifestyle. I mean, there's any number of angles that I was happy to talk about in a room with anybody. That by the time I got onto the Dr. Oz show that first time, many of the things that I said were already kind of like rehearsed in my brain, like phrases and sayings and metaphors and facts and things like that. So just like walking the walk and wearing your passion on your sleeve and sort of being open about the things that you're interested in and talking about them, yeah. And just feeling like entitlement is not good, but in a general sense, but I think that like feeling a little bit of entitlement about like the like you only live once, right? And life goes by really fast. And so I think that like you should do the thing, whatever that thing is that you most want to do, whatever it is, and And certainly if you're the only person that can do it, then you kind of have to do it. And that's how I felt once I really kind of faced the monster that is dementia with my mom, and the way that it's currently handled in the medical system. It's not something that I would want for even my worst enemy. And so I just kind of took it upon myself and never looked back.
Hey YouTube, if you enjoyed what you just saw, keep watching for more great content on how to improve your brain and your life.
Food is really a complex mix. And what we're really finding when you look at the evidence, again, evidence being really important, is that by and large, plant-based foods, even ones that have some natural sugars in them, actually help reduce the risk